Hello everyone, and welcome in to the next session of the Fifth Trumpet and deeper into the shards of time and space. The managers reckon with the fate of their missing companion. Merru's fate seems locked in the jaws of death firmly. Perhaps they consider, by breaking that destiny, they might still yet be able to find their friend. It's the only thread they can hold on to as they stumble deeper and deeper into the Fathoms, through untold worlds. What is next for them? What world will pull forward another Merru? Can he be saved? Can any of them? You all begin with an additional sin point from Affinity. And managers, you all feel a tug and are dragged forward, not resisting the urge and the pull. As you are, let us introduce ourselves, and let me ask, how do you feel being separated from Merru? And we'll begin with you, Mix.
Hello everybody, I am Mix_time. I play the role of Manager Mix, the head of the information department. And how does Mix feel about being separated from Merru? Well, if last session was anything to take, if last session was something to take anything from, I think it's that Mix has felt that she doesn't have strong memories of Merru. She's felt this distance between the two of them. Not unique to the two of them, for sure, but for their relationship, she's always felt this distance. And now that there is a physical distance between them, I think for the first time in recent memory, I think Mix feels this desire to find him again, and especially considering the events of last session, I think more than anything, she is more determined to pull everyone through, regardless of whether or not they're kicking and screaming. She will... Her fingers are still grasped onto the very edges of Merru's coat, and she refuses to lessen her grip.
Absolutely. And higher. How about for you?
Hello everyone, it's me, Prior Year. I'm playing Manager Prior, as I always am, and Prior has witnessed something he had hoped to never have to see with his own eyes. While confronting his own death is one thing, witnessing the death of one of his fellow managers, someone he, in some capacity, had simply seen as incapable of really even being hurt in a way that truly mattered, much less killed. It rattled something inside of him, something deep. And as he tries to grapple with that feeling, there's this growing dread. Maybe they're not being shown what is yet to come, but what has already passed. He hopes that his Merru, their Merru, still exists somewhere deep inside this facility, not just as another memory they'll stumble across, realizing that they were already too late.
Absolutely, Prior. And Kai, we go to you.
Hello, my name is Kai Calypso, playing Manager Kai, who is growing more and more distressed watching Merru die over and over again, especially as the Merus that they've seen so far seem like good people, that Kai's liked them. He wonders if maybe that's why he keeps dying in the first place, because he doesn't deserve it. How are they going to save someone who seems to keep throwing himself in the way of others, being selfless enough to save them in every world they encounter him in? Kai follows the invisible pull as a pit grows in his stomach. He just hopes their Merru is alright. He hopes that he can save one of them.
And we'll see if you can. As you follow that invisible pull, it's difficult to enter this room. And you all see this. The air surrounding the floating shard feeling almost pressurized. However, a familiar-looking man with long blue hair stands before the ominous glowing presence, engaging the thing in direct conversation. This doesn't seem to be any of Merru's memories, and none of those strange shards are in sight. Perhaps this is more of a visualization created directly from the abnormality. And Jackson speaks clearly. I suppose we're all bound to something in a way. Perhaps those who bind others to them are bound themselves. To something more unseen. I want to find those unseen things that bind us all. I want to unravel them. I just haven't been able to yet. I wasn't expecting things to go this way so far, but I'll keep working. I'll keep being a light for the city, and when I find him, I'll... The man is cut off by a voice that seems to be coming from both nowhere, in particular, and everywhere all at the same time. Do you ever fear that you are creating that same cycle for yourself? That you try so desperately to unravel for others? And the man does not respond. From the angle you're standing at, you can barely see his face. Managers, would any of you like to make an insight and understanding roll to try to catch his expression? Or do you look away from the ominous presence?
Okay. Crazy roll of the dice.
I think
I've we should
got the most
look at
insight.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we should look at this motherfucker.
Yeah.
I think we should do it. Let's lock in.
Let's lock
Insight's
in.
never done us wrong.
Yeah, we do need to learn more information about what's going on here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Who would like to make the check, and anyone who has insight can assist them?
I think that's Kai, right?
Any pony want to help me?
I don't
think
have
we're-
insight.
I have 2 insight, so I can help.
Wait, okay, so I have 2 insight, 2 understanding. How many dice do you
Nick's
have?
actually
I
has
have-
the better understanding.
bad-
of
Okay,
I
then I'm gonna help you out.
Yeah, okay. Alright. This is
Absolutely.
crazy.
And it is going to be a
Alright.
challenge 6.
I will push here,
Absolutely.
and then get 1 dice from Kai's help. And we're gonna re-roll that, and we're gonna pray to God.
I shows the dice are going to be blocked by the...
Oh,
Damn.
close, but no cigar.
Ooh, that is 5 successes. So, Mix. Jackson's expression doesn't seem at all out of the ordinary. While the near constant smile isn't present on his face at the moment, he stares up fearlessly at the abnormality. And what you could only imagine is his ever-present determination, even in the face of a question he doesn't have the exact answer to. Maybe by now he's already found the answer this abnormality was looking for. Maybe that was why he decided to finally come and find Merru again. Perhaps Merru will end up as just another thing bound to Jackson, given the state Merru's been in lately. It depends on if Jackson's found the answer he's been looking for by now. And then the abnormality speaks again. If even you have no answer, then I suppose you're just another pitiful thing. We all are bound to something that cannot be undone. But I hope you find your answer one day, for the sake of us all. And as a tiny disc fragment, a gift from the abnormality, floats the man's way, there is a sudden pull from the air in the room. It feels like the abnormality is trying to pull you towards it. If you stay here any longer, then you surely will be pulled onto its tracks. Bound forever as just another voice trapped in its ceaseless cycle. All party members will take 1 point of aggravated sanity damage. And would you all like to leave the area before you are pulled in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Damn.
Managers?
See, I don't like that. Alright.
Uh-huh.
Some intense music.
Would you all like to continue on? And before that, I would like to remind you all are in possession of a shard. Would you like to repeat the trick from before and try throwing the shard to see if it turns into a path forward? Or would you all like to try to see what happens if you keep going forward in this place?
I think at this point we should probably just repeat the trick, right?
I mean, we're not finding Merru here, so are we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Mix will look at the others. Who has the shard, actually?
I believe Pryor had picked up the shards, if I remember correctly.
I believe
I
so. And Pryor will nod to Mix and offer to hand it to her.
Yeah, Mix will take the shard and say, "There's no time like the present," and after flipping the shard through her fingers a couple times, she will look at a wall and, putting her entire being into it, she will throw it forward.
Absolutely. You throw it, Mix, and you watch as the shard transforms, becoming a passage forward. Do you step through the door?
You know, I feel like going through ominous doors has become a recurring theme. I don't like this.
Well, better to go through a door than fall down a well. At least we're making some kind of progress. The walls are changing. The scenery is warping. We're moving somewhere, and I suppose it has to be forward, right?
Right. Let's go.
And as you all proceed forward. Snow falls down upon you, managers. You step out into these streets. It is an unfamiliar, snowy town. And I should ask, have any of you been up north before?
You
Go
can go
ahead.
first, Mix. Oh, well, I was going to say, I don't believe that Kai has, but if there are any notable landmarks, perhaps someone that he has associated with in the past has told him that he should come visit, and that might be some kind of a placer for them.
Absolutely, Kai. I will say, given your past, I won't make this be a roll. You have had connections with many people who have come from different walks of life and different places under Mama. And you do remember one of the young women, as most of them were women, working there. She had come from up north, Y Corp, District 25. You recognize the snow here and the descriptions that she used to tell you of the place that she grew up in.
Well then, yes, Kai will relay as such that he believes that this is Y Corp, but I'm sorry, I haven't been here myself, unless one of you has. I only have heard of this place. It just seems like it's better to understand where we are than not.
Mix looks around and nods, and she says, "You're right on that. I've been here before. Not this exact place, but I recognize the architecture. My father would take me up here, business trips and the lake." And she looks around, and there's almost like an air of nostalgia in her eyes as she says, "Well, I recognize the cold, at least."
Huh. From the way you describe him, I never thought he would be the kind of man to take you anywhere.
I had to go with him to many a business trip. It was part of my training, as it were. And the North has some significance to my family, mainly tradition. It's not worth going into now. We're looking for our friend.
Right, well, I'll have to rely on both of you then. I knew that there was a middle enclave up here in Y Corp, but I had deemed it impractical to put down the roots of Neo up here. Nothing much can grow, and though Neo can make anything into a fertile land, why try and grow in concrete when a garden laid in my own backyard? So, I will be relying on you two then. Remember what we discussed. We're trying to find Merru and maybe change fate. It might be the way to find a door forward rather than in a circle.
Let's get moving, then. There's no point sitting around.
Right. No point at all.
And as you all get moving, do you all just sort of wander through the town for a bit, searching about?
I was going to ask if we can see very far in the snow or anything like that. So we're in a... Okay.
It's not a blizzard at the moment.
All right.
It's snowing, but the snow is light. And you know what, actually? I will say that you all can make me one of two checks. You all can either make me an intuition awareness check to see what you can find, or you can make me a presence or conviction with intimidation or persuasion.
Wait.
I will make a presence persuasion.
I will make your presence persuasion. Kai, what would you like to make? You can add your beautiful to whatever you make.
I'm also going to make a presence persuasion.
Absolutely.
If that's...
And Max, what would you like to make?
Can I help someone?
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like to help
be better.
Kai or Prior?
Which one of you has the better...
I've got nine dice.
I have 8 die.
Damn. You know what? I'll roll my own. If we're all rolling our own. I can roll
Statistics.
my own.
Yeah, absolutely. You can make your own as well.
Yeah, we all have a good enough pool it makes sense for us to roll separately.
Yeah, presence persuasion, correct?
Yep, presence
Alright.
persuasion.
Awesome.
It's also
And challenge is just...
fairly crowded area, so it makes sense. The challenge is scaling, but it will start at free.
Okay,
Great.
cool.
You-
I'll spend a point of affinity to push.
I think we'll just go with the normal.
6 successes
Damn.
for Mix, 7
Damn.
successes for Kai.
Oh.
Don't say it.
6
Don't be
successes
excited.
for Prior, 6, 7,
Oh, sorry, that's
and
Prior, not Mix that rolled.
No, I'm about to roll.
4 successes
Well, you know
for
what? I
Mix.
rolled well for what I had.
Absolutely.
Yeah, honestly, that's good rolls across the board for us.
Yep.
No failures.
I will start.
6, 7, 6, 7. Sorry, I had to do it once.
You will die. I will start with Mix and then make my way up to Kai from least to most. Mix,
4, 6, 7.
you're able to converse.
I'm sorry, I was being good.
You're talking you. You're able to converse with some of the people here, and you learn that this basically that it seems like there's not much happening in the area at the moment. People are predicting that a blizzard might be on its way soon, so people just seem to be getting ready to close up their shops and get in their houses. With 6 successes prior, you learn a little bit more. You learn that the Devyat are active in this area. As you're basically searching around, talking to people, you hear some of them mention that despite the fact that a blizzard is likely on its way, there's probably fixers completing their deliveries at the moment. And Kai with 7 successes, you learn all that the other 2 did. But you also learn, because you're kind of, as you're going around, I imagine, you sort of get some information from more of the outskirts of the town and not just the more crowded square areas. And you hear that there's apparently some people who live on the corners at the border of the town. And I should ask, actually, as you're all asking around, are any of you describing in your questions a person bearing a resemblance to Merru?
I would like to say so, yes.
Yeah, I think we don't have a reason to believe otherwise, and otherwise trying to find Mary is probably going to be impossible.
Absolutely. Then Mix, you learn that they don't recognize the name, but they recognize the description. If you mention his prosthetic horns, they look at you a little funny at that, as if they're confused, but they do recognize someone with that odd hair color. They basically just say, though, they think someone like that lives on the edge of town. Prior, with your amount of successes, you learn that there is a Devyat fixer that goes by that name in the area. You learn that he's apparently been a fixer for some time, but none of the townsfolk here really know him all that much. And Kai, with your 7 successes, you learn all that those 2 did. In addition to that, you learn that he apparently has a child. And you learn the area and the neighborhood that he lives in. Would you like to head to that neighborhood and reconvene with the rest of your party? Because I imagine all of you would like to discuss the information you have gathered.
Yeah, for sure.
Indeed. I don't think, unless I'm mistaken, that it would be very hard to regroup with a 6'3" guy with blue hair and someone with a dragon tail, so I'm sure they find each other quickly, and
yes, you absolutely are able
yeah.
to. You all very much stick out here.
Yeah. And Kai will say, I'm not sure how much you 2 have learned, but I actually have a location for where he probably is. So, I mean,
That's about as much as I learned.
It seems that, well, for now there's not at least an imminent pressure of danger, but we shouldn't wait. As we saw, these places aren't bound by time or space, and if we're not fast enough, we might find ourselves at a point where Merru is in far more danger than he seems to be at the moment.
Well then, Kai, lead the
yeah.
way.
I was gonna say, Kai
Also,
will,
just be aware. I'm sure some of you might have heard it, but there's apparently a blizzard coming. Walking in the snow is difficult, as so I've been told. Though maybe both of you know better, and that's just hearsay I've heard.
no one wants to be out in a blizzard.
Yeah. The sooner we get through this, the better. And for what it's
Yes.
worth, she looks over at Pryor. Walking in the snow is easier once you get used to it.
I'm a little worried for you more than us. You're the only one whose ego doesn't come equipped with some fur.
Well, that's the perks of having this, and Mix will swish her tail around. It is insulating, strangely enough.
I always imagined you were cold-blooded.
Well, it seems like the tail adopted to my body rather than the other way around, so no, I have not turned into a cold-blooded lizard. I am
Thank
simply
goodness.
a human with a lizard's tail.
Do you know how much Ankavillan we'd have to consume on a giant heat lamp otherwise?
Mix will mark that down. You see a little text box. Mix will remember this. And she nods over at Kai and says, let's get going. I would rather not be here. I'd rather not be snowshoeless if anything does hit. So we should be quick.
Kai nods back and sort of gestures in the direction that they should be heading.
Absolutely. And Kai, as you head in that direction and towards that neighborhood, you know what? I'm not gonna make you all make an awareness check because the challenge would be 1. You all hear a very loud, very familiar voice, though to Pryor and Kai. The pitch and the time you heard this voice was a very, very long time ago. As you all see, the tiny little purple-haired
Oh my
bird,
god.
bundled up in a coat, running
pun
around,
him.
going like, Ma's not back yet. Have you seen him? And he's going up, like, trying to tug on people's, like, clothes to get their attention. And they're sort of just, like, either kicking him away or they're just, like, brushing him off. Some of the kinder ones sort of just give him a quick pat on the head before they walk away from him. And
I'm sorry. Did you say someone kicks him?
That's
Yes.
awesome.
yes, you
Kai-
all watch one of the passerbys basically like pick at this child who falls to the ground and then tries to like dust himself off, not even seeming perturbed or like this is an uncommon occurrence.
Oh my god. I sighs and rolls his eyes and he murmurs,
Yeah,
they did
hold-
say that he had a kid.
Sorry, you turned to say that to Pryor? Pryor has grabbed that person by the scruff of their collar, looking them dead in the eyes and say, you better fucking apologize right now, you piece of shit.
Okay.
Oh.
He's doing the thing again.
And with free successes, these are just civilians. They aren't syndicate members. They aren't anyone particularly scary. This person is trembling in your grip, Pryor, and you can see them eyeing your outfit, and they open their mouth, close their mouth, and then just go, understood?
You better
I'm
count your lucky fucking stars. I don't know your name, bitch, because the middle never forgets. Now you run along.
the middle, and this guy drops to his knees and he says, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
I don't know who you are, so you better keep it that way and go.
The man can't even get words out. He just nods his head. He just nods his head, scrambles to his feet, and runs off. And
while this is happening, Mix
Yeah.
looks over at Kai and she just rolls her eyes.
Sorry, Cinna, you can finish what you were saying. I'm going to.
If Mix and Kai have a brief exchange while Pryor is handling this civilian.
Yes. Yeah. We're not gonna stop Pryor from doing this unless Mix plans to. But Kai is gonna nod and roll his eyes back at Mix, and then I think he's gonna walk over to Birgh. Like, we're not dumb enough to not think that this is bleed.
Yeah.
And he is gonna say, "What was that about your ma?"
Birgh's eyes light up, Kai, when you actually speak to him. And Pryor...
It's not a tender voice.
Oh, it's not a tender voice. Well then, Birgh... Listen, someone's actually addressing him. He sort of looks very nervous, and he backs away a bit, and he actually backs closer to you, Pryor. I don't know if you are still focusing on the man scrambling away, or if you've turned your attention to the little bird.
The second he sees Birgh come close, the second the eyes catch Birgh, they all turn to him and he looks down. Birgh, he has not seen this size for a very long time.
And Birgh shuffles closer to you, Pryor, though he's hesitantly eyeing Kai, and he goes, thank you. That was really cool. Right, Ma, I need to find Ma. He had a delivery, and he's supposed to be back by now.
Do you know where he could be, little one? And Mix says, as she walks over, and she will swish her tail around for Birgh to sort of kind of distract him a little bit.
Whoa. Birgh has turned his focus onto the tail, and he's just kind of watching it entranced before he goes, right, he's out there. And Birgh points out to the plains beyond of snow and says, Ma always goes out there for deliveries, and then he always comes back. But
And
he hasn't.
Sorry. And he's not. Kai's looking at this kid, and when he asks this question, he feels almost dumb asking it, because why would this child understand time that well? How long past when he should be back are we talking?
The child blankly looks at you, Kai, and just kind of blinks and goes, long.
Okay.
It's okay, little one. We'll help you. Come here. And Mix will kneel down and pat his head. We're gonna help your mom, okay?
Okay. He lets his head be pat, and he sort of rummages into the pockets of his coat, and he says, and he's sticking towards Mix and Pryor, Kai. He looks a little nervous of you, but he pulls out a photo, and do you all take a look at it?
Sure.
Pryor will crouch down.
Yeah.
Look! And as he shows you all the photo, he points and he goes, here it is. Here's Ma and me. That's what Ma looks like. Apparently he stands out a lot with his hair.
Yeah.
We made snowmans that day.
No horns.
We'll help your mom. We'll get him back, okay?
Okay. Huh? What about horns? Like those things, and Birgh points at Mix's horns.
Yeah. Merru does not have any visible prosthetics in this image, does he?
No, he does not. You don't see any prosthetics in this image. And you remember from before, no one seemed to react to him having prosthetics. In fact, they seem to deny that claim.
Interesting.
Well, yes. Mix is right. We want to help your ma. So we're gonna go find him for you. All you need to do, little guy, and he actually does crouch down low and he goes, I know you want to do a lot of good. You want to go help your ma. And by finding us, you really have helped your ma. But, you still got a lot stronger you need to get before you can do anything more than trust in other people to go find your ma for you. So, we're gonna go find your ma, and we're gonna handle it. And when you get bigger and stronger, then you can protect your ma yourself, okay?
Oh, I wanna get bigger and stronger. Like how you scared those mean guys off.
Well, let's not. Maybe you can be a little nicer than that. Mix says as she pats Birgh on the head and looks at the others. Let's go though. The sooner we go, the better chance we have of stopping all. You know.
Prior isn't really paying attention. He is remaining crouched in front of Birgh, and as he looks at this small child, there is just this unreadable grief that has kind of swept over his face. And his lip actually quivers just the tiniest bit as he looks into this bright... It's unclear if he's looking into the bright eyes of this child or he's looking at his own reflection in those eyes.
Birgh staring back at you, and he just kind of tilts his head and he says, "Is something the matter, mister?"
Sorry, you're just... You look very happy.
I am. Ma is so kind and so good to me. Look, and he kind of tugs on the little pigeon earmuffs, and he says, Ma got me these, and this coat, it kind of looks like his Deviat one, and the penguin plushie back home, Ma doesn't make a lot of on, but he's still always giving me things.
You have a very good ma. People like you shouldn't have to want for things. Can you make your way back home? Do you have a key to get in?
Yeah, I have a key. I always keep it on me. Ma said
Good.
to never give it to anyone.
You shouldn't. You should run home. There's a blizzard coming. We're going to go find your ma before it hits, okay?
Okay. I'll go home. Please make sure that Ma comes back. And he kind of like tries to grip at your ego, Prior, and then sort of flinches as he's expecting to be kicked away.
No, Prior doesn't. He lets Birgh grip his sleeve, and he gently grabs Birgh's sleeve in return and goes, I would never forgive myself if something happened to your ma. I will bring him back to you. You deserve happiness. You deserve to stay happy. Don't worry. You can leave this to me. I've got it. I'm strong, you said.
Yeah.
Strong enough to protect your mom. So, we all are, in fact. So, you run along. We don't want to leave your mall waiting any longer for us, okay?
Okay. Okay, mister. Birgh nods his head, and his eyes are just sort of sparkling. And he just hugs the photo to his chest tighter and says, please hurry. I'll go run home. And
Well, go.
Thank you. I like your tail.
Thank you.
And Birgh hesitates, still clutching that photo, before you all watch him scamper off. Unless any of you say anything else to him, he will go off to where you all presume is probably home for him.
Yeah. Mix won't say anything until Birgh is gone, but she will pull out a cigarette and light it, and she sighs and says, I hope you're not getting too caught up in this, as she looks over at Pryor.
Hamlet kept me weak. He said that if I was weak, then my stupid ideals wouldn't get me killed because no one would see me as a threat. So long as I wasn't strong enough to do anything, I wasn't a danger to him and I wasn't a danger to myself. I hated it. I hated it. And when that little Birgh came to me and said he had all these things he wanted to do, and he just wasn't strong enough to do them. I didn't want to be like Hamlet. I didn't know it would kill that light in his eyes. I wanted him to be strong enough to keep it alive in his...
What's done is done. And need I remind you, that's not our Birgh.
You're right.
Let's go. We have to find this Merru, especially if we're going to, and she looks over at Kai, stop his... You know what I mean. Let's go.
Yes. He doesn't need to be strong, because we've got it. Let's make our way over. We have a direction.
Yeah. Mix will finish her cigarette. She throws it on the ground and stomps it out, but she will give Pryor a concerned look, but just decides to move on.
And would you all like to continue on and head out into the snowy plains?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Managers, you're not sure how long you travel for. You're not even sure if you're actually traveling anywhere, given the nature of this world and this place. But as you proceed, the houses and the village fade behind you. And as you trudge through the storm, you have a feeling if you continue forward, you will find what it wants you to see. And the snow begins to pick up as time passes. The snowstorm has not gotten so bad yet, so there will not be any rolls to proceed forward. But you all feel a chill about you as you continue. Aside from anything you all say amongst each other, this place is silent, save for the chill of the wind. In fact, I would say, Mix, you are the manager who has spent the most time in Snow Queen's containment unit and with Snow Queen. It almost reminds you of her unit, with how empty and vast it is. And suddenly, amidst the lonely, snowy plains, you all do hear voices. And up ahead, you see a crowd of figures. Do you all get closer?
Friar puts one hand on his weapon, nods to the managers, and he's gonna approach.
Yeah.
Something in a long string of nothingness, so yes.
Absolutely. And as you all approach, you can now pick up on the conversation, and you can see in the middle of these hooligans is a very familiar looking man. Merru is injured. You can see that he's clutching tightly to the case that he has with him. And the hooligans who are closing in, one of them says, "You better hand over all those valuables. We know you Devyat fixers have some good shit in there."
Does the Merru respond, or is he kind of like is he able to respond? Is he conscious?
No, it definitely it takes a second. As you see Merru, he coughs a bit and like adjusts the scarf that's over his face. And he glares at the attackers, and he just goes, "You should know, you're not supposed to attack a Devyat fixer. You're not getting what's in this box."
And another one of them speaks up and says, "It sounds like he's resisting." And as they all start
resisting.
This only seems to make them close in more, Merru.
Yeah. Prior looks at the rest of them and just kind of nods his head. He is going to kind of crest over the frozen air. You know what? Okay. Technically, can Prior, when Prior comes over the way, can he? You know, actually, he's just gonna ask Mix. He's like, "Hey, Mix, mind firing off a couple warning shots into the air? I don't think these hooligans have probably ever seen a working firearm before."
All right. And Mix will pull out Solemn Lament and fire a few shots at a nearby shard of ice that's jutting out of the ground.
Absolutely. This hooligan here sees it happen, sees the gun raised, hears the crack of the ice, and goes, "There's more people here. One of them's got a firearm." And all of the hooligans suddenly turn around, and this one just kind of mumbles, I'm not dealing with this shit. As you all see this one take off running, and the rest of them start backing up a bit if the three of you begin to approach.
Yeah. Prior's going to emerge through, and he goes, "You should listen to the man attacking a deviant fixer. The associations don't take too kindly to that. I suggest that you run along now that backup's arrived."
You can see them clench and unclench their fists before they all turn and run off.
Yeah, they were nothing. Prior doesn't smirk, but he crosses his arms and just kind of mutters, "I had a feeling these guys weren't built to fight."
I mean, if those guys aren't what kills Merru,
I had a feeling maybe they had a chance if we didn't do anything. Now let's hurry up and patch him up. Maybe he's wounded.
Yeah.
As you guys approach, you do see Merru get to his feet, and put his little container, well, not little, big container, back over his shoulder. But as you get closer, he does back up a little bit, clearly looking very wary of these strangely dressed strangers.
Easy. We're, Merru, right?
What?
The
Who are you?
little guy with the purple hair sent us to look for you.
And Merru blinks a few times in confusion, and he goes, You talk to my son? What are you doing talking to my son? He's supposed to be in his room.
He was wandering the streets.
What?
Prior looks to Nix and lets her explain.
He was out looking for you, and we are helping him. So we sent him back home, but we're trying to get you back.
And you see Merru, upon hearing that Birgh was out running around, you see him like rub at his eyes, and you can see that there's like dark circles under his eyes. And then he like softly shakes his head and he goes, I tell him not to do that. Well, thank you, I guess, for sending him back to his... You didn't follow him to the house, did you?
No.
He told us that you said never give the key to anyone, and we didn't ask him where he was. He did everything that he was supposed to.
Okay. So... And then... Merru still looks suspicious. And he goes, so... What do you want? Let's make this... What do you want?
This is gonna sound a little crazy, but let's just say you making it through today is very important to us for reasons you don't need to know.
Yeah, making it through today is very important for me too. And as he says that, he kind of remembers the container on his shoulder. He goes, speaking of that, I really should go. I'm behind on a job. So I really don't have time.
Listen, you're looking a little messed up.
Yeah, I'm always looking a little messed up. Listen, buddy, I don't really have time for this.
Wait.
Friend Kai.
How Mix looks over at Merru. You're Deviat. How much time?
All I know is that I've been given a couple warnings, and I'm told that I need to complete the delivery immediately. So I had to take it kept making me take a bunch of detours, and I don't know what's going on in this part of this district, but people keep liking to come up to me. Most people know, it's pointless to attack a Deviat fixer. You're not gonna get into the box. It's not gonna happen. I don't know why they keep stopping me just to stop me at this point, really. So I really...
How much time?
And Merru, he looks over at his container, and he presses a few buttons to see if it gives him a rough estimate.
Merru, as you look to see, you know that the time remaining is not enough. You see the time that there is 15 minutes remaining in the head standard time. And you know, to make it back home, it's going to take at least an hour.
Yes. When when Merru hears the amount of time left, you hear him curse underneath his breath, and he goes, "Shit, I didn't think it was that less. Does that really take that much time with those stupid fucking?" Okay. No, I have to go. I have to run. Maybe if I like run really fast.
Wait. I might be able to disarm it. Let me just stop moving.
Disarm. That's really funny. No, I don't think you understand what would happen if you tried to mess with this thing. Do you know anything about how a Polynita works? They have protection modes. If you try to tinker with it, you try to mess with it, it's going to go off. And then we're all not going to be real happy. We're not going to really be thinking much of anything anymore, okay? So I can't let you just what are you even going to do? Like, just try to open the thing and then what?
We can pull out the bomb. Between me and Mix, we've hacked things far greater than I'm sure some fucking shit-ass association case. If you just hand it to us, we'll take it. We'll disarm it right here. In fact, you need to leave your person. Mix, I can get you a hard access point.
No, stop it. I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't know who you are. I don't know if you really know anything about any of this. This tech. Even if you randos are the best hackers in the name of the city, even if you were to do that, I mean, there's any unusual change that happens to this box, it's gonna set off alerts to my section. My director's gonna know what's gonna happen, you know. And especially if you just like completely like disarm the bomb, they're gonna know. And that's gonna be real bad for me. So at best I lose my job if I do something like that. Do you know how valuable the thing in this box is? I'm not even supposed to tell you what's in this box. You don't even know what kind of clients I have. I have the fingers, they work with us. If I were to just mess with anything having to do with their delivery, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're gonna go after me. So at best I get fired and I lose my job. I have debts to pay off here. I got so much to pay off, and I'm almost there. I just gotta do a few more, and we're gonna move. We're gonna get out of here. And at worst, I get the association. They might want me to pay back whatever happened for your little hacking job on my tech. And I could get the finger after me too, and there's no way I'm coming back from that.
Fuck the fingers. Hey, listen. That kid is waiting for you to come home.
I know he is. You think I don't know that?
Then give me the case. I'll run. When it goes off. No, listen, it's fine. I can take it. I've taken worse.
You can't. And Mix will grab Pryor by the arm. You've already done it once.
Fuck, Jax. It doesn't. No. Maybe we don't know how it works now. Now that it's banished, maybe I've unlocked a new feature. Maybe it was always capable of more. We've never tried, right? Who knows?
We can't just chance another death. We can't chance your death here. We don't want. Guy's trying to keep this vague. We don't want what we think will happen to happen, but we don't have another shot if it's one of us.
Is there anyone else who... Listen, is there anyone else who can take care of the kid? Is Vienna still alive?
Pryor!
Don't ask how I know. Is she still alive?
Vienna wouldn't help. I haven't spoken with Vienna in a long time.
She would. I'm sure she would. No. She's a good person. Listen, do you know her address? Where she is? I can send...
I don't. Listen, I don't know who you are. And I think as you all were talking, Merru, it's almost like something dawned on him, and he went, I don't know why you are trying to help me so bad, but my son, you said you talked to him, and I think that's probably more than I've gotten from most people. Can you do me a favor?
What is it?
And Merru, he pulls out from his pocket a little kind of crumpled, like a paper that's been crumpled and uncrumpled a lot of times. And he looks at all of you and holds it out, and he says, "There is no one else who is around to take care of him. It's not his fault, it's mine. It's why I'm trying to pay off these debts, okay? But I kept this on me. It's a list of all the things that he likes the most. I when I come back from my deliveries, I get him the things that he likes, you know, candy, he likes birds. I promised I was gonna get him a boat when we moved down south. Can you, this is a big ask, do you think you can go back and make sure that he's okay?
Mix, without thinking, just steps forward and takes the paper. Yes. My family, very, very well off. I'll make sure he's taken care of. You won't have to worry about your debts.
Okay. Listen, did you see if he still had a picture of me on him? I gave him a couple.
He does.
Please, whatever it is you do with him, just please don't let him lose it. I can't let him forget about me. You know, he's ever since Jackson died, he's all I have left.
I swear to you on my family's name, he will not forget you.
Thank you. I can't let the only person who still thinks of me kindly here die too. So, and he looks at all of you and, nods at you all, and says, I appreciate the fact that you were all trying to help me. I'm going to leave now. I have a delivery to try and complete. Just tell Birgh that I'm proud of him for being so brave by himself. I'm gonna try to run now. Maybe I'll get lucky. But I've already wasted enough time talking.
Just, if I had time.
5 minutes remain until delivery needs to be completed.
Run fast. Good luck.
Thank you. And you can see the uneasy look in Merru's eyes as he turns around and, well, he makes a break for it, a valiant effort forward, despite knowing what is to come.
Managers, you watch as Merru runs off back towards the village. And Merru, you hear this come from your Polu. Pathfinding failed. Courier absence detected. Polonitsa, engaging protection mode. And you all watch. I imagine, from the distance you are at, as protection mode is activated. And Merru is killed. leaving behind the case. Update. Delivery failed. The courier will be collected shortly. Thank you for your service. Polonitsa, engaging protection mode.
Looks like the sloop was a wash.
Goddamn city. Fuck everyone in it.
We probably won't be here much longer. Kai, you remember the way back, right? If we have time, we can at least...
Check that the kid's okay.
Yeah.
Would you
Let's
all
go.
like to head back?
Yes.
Yeah. Kai will lead the way, them trudging in the I can't say that the blizzard's starting, but I presume that it's ramping up if everyone was closing up shop
The blizzard
already when we were heading here.
has begun
Oh,
as
great.
you all trudge back. It has begun.
Hmm.
You all can see what remains of Merru and the case. Though I imagine none of you are going to try to take the case.
Although Mix pities the poor bastard who has to come pick that one up.
And as you all head back towards the town, you all trudge through those plains, seeing the town growing closer and closer, following Kai's lead. And as you're all walking, I am going to need you all to make me a roll. This is an intuition survival check.
Ooh,
Great.
I ain't got that.
And it's a
What's
challenge free.
I'll just roll intuition. Difficulty 3?
Difficulty free.
I'm gonna push for this.
I'm gonna do the same.
Damn.
Yep.
So, with these rolls, that is 3 successes from Pyre, 5 successes from Kai, and 1 success from Mix. Mix, you walk past it without noticing it. However, Prior and Kai. Prior, you notice it. But Kai, you are the one who sees it first. There is a little lump in the snow.
Like a visible, like something on top of the snow, or just the snow where there's a lump of snow?
There is a humanoid form, a small humanoid form that's partly
Oh, God.
covered by the snow.
Okay.
And you know what? With 5 successes, Prior, you just notice the form. Kai, you notice who it is before anyone else does. As you see the purple hair peeking through the snow.
Oh shit. I wouldn't say that Kai has any sort of warm spot for the kid, but no one wants a child to catch hypothermia out in a blizzard. Kai will, not wearing snowshoes, so I can't really say run, but trudge his way over to the humanoid form and try as hard as he can to be careful when he digs in with his giant paw hand, hoping to pull the kid out all at once, so he's in the snow for the least amount of time.
Kai, what is it? I can't see.
There's the kid, Kai
No.
wraps underneath him and
No.
yanks him
No,
out
no,
of the
no.
snow.
No. Mix, hold on. No, you start. I'll hold him. You do what needs to be done. Prior will immediately take Birgh into his arms and offer him to Kai. Kai is the medical expert.
Yeah, you can't keep him, or you can't get him too warm too quickly because he could have a heart attack if, whatever. Kai is going to, check Birgh's pulse first, see if there's anything that he can do for, this child who, how bad is this kid looking? Are his lips blue? Is he,
Kai,
does he have a pulse? Where are we at?
can you make me an understanding medicine check, and you can add major injuries?
Okay.
Senna.
It's a challenge too.
Okay, Kai has to squint through a raging blizzard that is getting stronger as he checks this kid's vitals as best he can.
Kai, with your 6 successes, this kid is unresponsive. He is no longer moving. He is rigid in your arms. There is nothing you can do.
Come on, Kai. You got this. You always had this. I believe in you. You can do it.
Kai,
Why aren't you doing something?
after he is checking Birgh over, which he does do frantically, looks up at Prior with genuine, earnest remorse in his eyes, as he says, I don't know how long he's been out here, but this isn't just hypothermia. He's just not.
No.
There's nothing there. And even if I restarted his heart, it wouldn't. He's too cold. He can't.
His brain.
Yeah.
His brain. No. I watched it fade. I was responsible for that. I will not watch the light in those eyes go out. I am Prior. Stand back. I've got this. Prior lays him down in the snow, puts a hand in the air and goes, the greatest arcana, the power of magical girl, healing beat. And when Prior attempts to use a combat skill outside of combat, he immediately takes 2 aggravated black damage, and his healing is reduced to 0 as a ring forms in front of him, and you watch it explode and shatter against his body, tearing long flaps of flesh out of his skin as he takes a point of aggravated physical damage. And then, completely ignoring that, he gets down on his knees and checks his pulse and goes, I think I feel something. I think it worked. Kai, come on, you got this. I think compressions. You start. It's my son. That's my son. I didn't treat him. He was my son. This is my kid. It's my son. Birgh, please. Be a good father this time. I'll make you stronger. But I'll have made you so the cold couldn't hurt you. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I should have. You were supposed to be strong. You weren't supposed to leave me. No one was supposed to leave me. I failed you. My son. Give me back my son! Get him back to me!
Prior.
I will gently hoist up the limp form from the snow, I don't know how long we'll be here. I don't know that we can give him a proper burial, but maybe we can put him under a tree with his, picture of him and his ma.
Friar is completely unresponsive. He's just staring at the ground. His tears have already frozen to his cheeks.
Kai will wordlessly do so. Cinna, is there like a some very snowy either tree or some structure that Kai can sort of tuck Birgh near? Hopefully someone will find him, as his body might not be as buried from the snow, and maybe someone will give him a proper burial once all this is blown over.
Do find a tree, Kai, that's covered in snow, but you also do know you were in the back streets, and there is something that happens to corpses that are left out when the night hits.
Isn't an alternative?
You could bring him back to the house, but none of you know where it is. And the ground is too frozen to bury the body.
The slope didn't work out. Yeah. Say that for certain. Kai, thinking through all the options, will elect to leave Birgh here, as is the best that he can do. Tucking his limp form under the tree so it looks more like he's maybe taking a nap. And he will take the picture of him and Merru out of his jacket pocket and tuck it into one of his little curled up hands, and zip up his hoodie and make sure that the hood's over his head if it got messed up in the storm. Never really attended a burial, but I hope this is good enough for Merru. I'm sorry. And that's all that Kai has to say.
Birgh rests where you put him. And Kai, from those 6 successes before, and from the fact that you basically had to deal with Birgh growing up, you can tell that it is very likely he got impatient, waiting back home. Birgh was never very good at sitting still, especially when left to his own devices.
If this was a Birgh that Kai knew and he had survived through this situation, he would have some very mean choice words for the kid upon securing him, but there's no one to be upset at. This kid is just a victim of circumstance, I guess.
And you see one of those little shards. While you were going through his pocket and found the picture, I'll say, because I imagine you've double-checked everything during your search. A second shard, or rather at this point, you have quite a few of them. But a second thing is in there. Another shard. The fourth one you have found so far. Would you like to take it?
Yes, Kai will indeed take that shard out of Birgh's pocket.
And when you take the shard, the world around you all begins to ripple. The blizzard picks up, howling. Before you all find yourselves returned with the sound of a mirror shattering.
Looks like we're back.
Prior says nothing. He is standing, but his eyes are a little empty and hollow. But he doesn't move. He's just dead quiet.
It wasn't for nothing, Mick says out loud as she leans against one of the walls. I'm starting to have a realization. I think this whole thing's rigged.
How so, Mix?
Mix takes a drag of a new cigarette she's lighted and says, I don't think we can actually save any of these Merrus. Think about it.
One didn't
Ever
have enough
that's
time in the
happened,
first place.
it's felt predetermined. I mean, it doesn't feel like any of this is. We're not changing fate here. There was no through line to help that Merru. It's all predetermined.
We saw Jackson earlier, even though there's no way he's here now. Maybe we're seeing... Like we saw in the shards, maybe these are memories. Maybe... Do you think these could have been things Merru already saw when he looked into the pendant before?
Exactly. We're just reliving them. And no wonder he got how he did. Something like this would drive anyone crazy.
Watching yourself die over and over. Watching the people you love die over and over.
Hey.
I know,
You
I know. Thank you. Please, I can fight. I just need a moment to get my head in order.
And managers.
Well. Oh.
Oh,
Yes.
I was just going to let you all know that you do gain another sin point from affinity. But please continue.
Mix at this point, because she's gotten a pretty good sense of the pattern here. At the very least, it's worth a shot. She just calls out and says, "Hey, painter boy."
When Nyx calls, or the painter boy? I should ask, Merru. Do you answer?
Of course. You can hear a voice from somewhere else nearby go, Painter boy? I thought I was Ringru. I thought it was Merru. I guess I'm a lot of things today.
Yeah, including a jackass.
What did I do?
Mix reminds herself to lower her cortisol as she says, "Okay, so you got any new tips for us?"
And then there's a pause. And he goes, Well, let me ask you a question first. How you
What?
feeling? I'm just curious. It's been so long since I first started going through this. I'd just like to know how other people feel. I've heard that learning how other people feel can help me when I create things.
Can't you watch us when we're in those things?
I just like to know the aftermath. I like it in the how do I put it? I like to hear what you think about how you feel, and not just what I think about how you feel.
Isn't it obvious?
You tell me.
Not exactly a nice feeling seeing our Merru. Seeing people who look like our Merru go through all that.
Yeah, no, seeing him explode is really bad, isn't it?
Have you never heard of something called tact?
I have.
You just don't care.
I don't care about a lot of things.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people. They like to say that about me. Oh, hey, I have a question now. You wanted tips, right?
Yes?
Wonderful. And he looks from Mix to Kai to Pryor, and then he goes, "Are any of you interested in theory?"
Sure.
I am. Yes.
Well, I'm not. But I do think there's a certain theory that might do you well to think about. And he adjusts his ring outfit, and then he says, "So, when someone creates art, they usually like to prescribe a meaning to it, yeah? Sometimes artists create just for the sake of creation, though some might argue that that's meaning in and of itself. But for the sake of the thought experiment, I like to keep it simple. Makes it easier for me to understand. So, and then he points does a little pointer finger up, and he goes, an artist will create their art with a certain meaning in mind. Their beliefs, their history, their values might show through in their creation. However, when they share their art with others, the viewer may find their own interpretation of the piece, and sometimes the meaning they find may not be the artist's intention. And there are debates that would span entire boring days worth of classes all about whether what matters more in art is the history of the artist and their intended meaning, or the individual meanings that the viewer attaches to it. But I don't really care about finding the answer to that. All I know is that I've done a good job creating when I get a reaction out of someone. Doesn't matter what kind, but I think that maybe all of you are either getting too caught up in all the other me's, and when he says that, he gives a pointed look to Pryor, and then goes, or not nearly enough, and then gives a pointed look to Mix. And then he says, after all, they're being shown to you for a reason, right? Instead of deciding your own interpretation about what's going on, let's do a little group assignment. Maybe think about what your Merru is trying to tell you by showing you the other me's. Just because the other me's aren't the Merru you're looking for doesn't mean that what you're seeing isn't just as important. I already know what it is, but what kind of a teacher would I be if I gave my students the answers during a test? The answer's a shitty one. Oops.
Wait, so Merru has control over this place?
Is that what you want to think?
I just watched my son die, so apologies if my head is a little bit off my shoulders, but you're saying
forgiven.
Merru is...
I don't take it personally.
I would love to know, is Merru consciously trying to show us something, or is it... Is he putting us through this?
I mean, I can't exactly tell you if he's doing everything that's happening on purpose, but I do think he is trying to tell you something. I mean, I think he's already trying to talk to you, right? Haven't you heard him?
The memories.
Maybe you should listen to what he means instead of what he says. I mean, sometimes those things are different. Sometimes they're the same. You know, why don't you try to figure it out? You can make it a game. And then his face kind of falls, but like in a fake way. And he goes, or don't. I mean, you all are kind of boring, so you probably won't. Oh well. But hope that helps.
Could I ask one more question I don't know if you know the answer to?
Raise your hand first.
Kai, for some reason, despite looking incredibly unamused, will raise his hand.
Yes, Kai. You can ask a question.
As he puts his arm down, he is befuddled. I got this, and Kai will reach into his coat and show a shard that he grabbed from Birgh in the last Merru memory that we were in. Is this part of the puzzle? Does this mean something?
Do you think it means something? Anything can mean anything.
I'm not always good at interpreting, aside from the literal.
Oh, me too.
I doubt he's gonna give us a straight answer.
Correct! You're a smart one.
Do you think it would be a good idea to use this?
Maybe. I mean, it doesn't... Well, I was going to say it doesn't hurt to try, but I think I already established that it might. But if you're willing to.
It's what we've been doing so far.
Mm-hmm.
I see no reason to change our approach.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes they do say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's not working, maybe you should change it. But maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you just haven't figured out the right way to use it yet. Trial and error. Lot of error.
Do you suggest a different way to use it?
No. I already told you what to do before. It's up to you if you want to keep doing it, or if you want to do something different. I'm not here to give step-by-step directions. Again, bad teacher. I'm a docent for a reason.
Let's just keep doing what we've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Another memory.
Yes.
You know, and Mix will turn back to Ringru. I agree with you on one thing.
Oh?
It's best for us to come to our own conclusion.
Well, I never said that I actually thought that. That was just part of the theory. So what I was saying is that Some people think that. Some people think the opposite. And I said that I don't really care. So I don't know if we actually do agree. Maybe you aren't smart. Because I just said that.
I think that this Merru is at this point having fun with us, which means that
Maybe you're the smart one. Yeah. Yeah. It is. I mean, well, listen, if I don't do this, you're really boring.
Yeah. Kai. The shard.
Right. Did you want me to throw it, or do you want me to hand it to?
First, I think we look into this one.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the memory inside of it yet.
Kai will turn it so that it's sort of facing up, so the three of them can look down at it.
Absolutely. Would you all like to look down into the shard?
Yeah.
Wonderful. When you look into the shard, you hear the sound of cheering. Unbridled, happy laughter among the ever-present drone of engines and the clacking and rumbling of shifting gears that could be heard throughout Merru's hometown. Merru looks proud of himself as Jackson spins him around and praises him for a job well done. You can see the telltale signs of Merru's embarrassment at the attention on his face. But he looks happy. But no sooner do you catch a glimpse of this moment, do you watch the scene fall apart before your eyes. The sound stuttering and corrupting as the visuals entirely glitch out. And then the scene is gone. You're not exactly sure what happened there. And you aren't able to question that too much, as it's quickly replaced by a new scene of Merru, running through the District 23 back streets. Clearly searching for someone. He tries to not bring too much attention to himself, obviously knowing the dangers of alerting the wrong people to there being a problem with him. But when he calls out the name of the person he's looking for, Buddy, you all know he's searching for Birgh. You all are well aware, most notably you, Prior, of just where little Birgh must have ended up here at this point in time in his memories. But Merru keeps searching in vain. And then, as always, you hear your Merru's voice.
He was gone. He never came back. I looked everywhere for him. It wasn't fair. I was trying my best. Jackson was going to get us that apartment any day now. He would have been able to stay with us full time. I wanted it so badly. The only consolation I had was Jackson telling me that maybe he was still alive out there somewhere, that maybe someone kind actually took him in to give him a better life. But it didn't feel like any damned consolation, because I got nothing out of it. It wasn't fair. I wanted to do that. I wanted it to be me. It wasn't my fault that I couldn't be good enough yet. I was committed to getting better. I wasn't given the chance to prove myself. It wasn't fair. Maybe that's when everything changed, or maybe it was always going to turn out like this, you know. Maybe if he hadn't gotten taken away, then I would have just had to watch him die too. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know why I keep getting caught up on the what ifs of everything. It really shouldn't matter. But syndicates. It's just when you think you're safe from them, they always find their way back to you, don't they?
And now you all see Merru and Nisha as the visuals warp and glitch once more. It looks a little warmer here, so it's an easy conclusion that this must be happening a few months in the future. Nisha's playing music from his radio, a common occurrence, and trying to chat with Merru as they make their way back from a job. You can hear some Fixer theme playing, probably some show they both enjoyed back then. But you all watch as Merru can't help but give a quick searching look into every alley and side street. His face looks more tired now. You know who he's looking for. But Merru tries to keep up with Nisha's conversation, nods his head, replies to him. And managers, you're all well aware of how quickly a situation can change, aren't you? Given what you already know, it should come at no surprise to you all to see how fast it happened. In the blink of an eye, Merru and Nisha's path becomes blocked by large figures. You aren't sure who they are, but given their attire, they seem to be syndicate members. You watch Merru's eyes immediately widen, and then he turns on his heel, pushes at Misha's shoulder to get his attention, and yells out for him to run. And then Merru takes off in a sprint, something he's clearly used to doing. He turns his head to glance back before he turns the corner. Misha hadn't moved, having frozen up in fear, but he calls out Merru's name once as if begging for help. And Merru catches a glimpse of the syndicate descending on his friend. But he doesn't turn back. He continues to run. He finds a place to curl up and hide, catches his breath, his eyes wide and panicked, but safe. A little bit of time passes, and then you can see the realization hit him as his head shoots up and stares in the direction that he came from. But it takes him a little longer to convince himself to get back on his feet and run back to Misha. And when he does, calling out for his friend, you hear his voice raise an octave upon seeing Misha's bleeding body on the ground. The syndicate, at least, is gone, their job clearly done. He's still breathing, though, his eyes fluttering open and closed. His lip wobbles when Merru approaches, weakly asks him where Merru went, but is unable to help much when Merru tries to carry him on his back to move him out of the area. And Merru, he's begging Misha to stay awake, promises him that he's going to get him help, but at the same time asks him why he didn't run too, why he just stood there. He was supposed to be the one who listens, so why didn't he? Merru told him to run. Merru isn't the strongest person in the world, not back then and not now, so it must have been pure adrenaline that allowed Merru to half carry, half drag Misha's bleeding body all the way from this spot in the back streets, all the way up the many staircases to his and Vienna's apartment. Once he gets up there, Merru bangs on the door to the apartment instead of trying to fumble around to get the door open. And when it thankfully opens, he almost falls inside with Misha's body, as Vienna watches on with confusion and horror and says, "What? What the hell is going on? Is that..."
It's not my fault!
No, Merru, what happened?
Misha, we got jumped. I said to run and he didn't listen, and I kept running because I didn't think he'd just stay there, and if I stayed there, they'd get me. And then when I came back, they'd stolen his shit and fucked him up, and I didn't know where to go, and please help him, V.
What? I have to go to work. I'm already running behind. I cannot believe that you let yourself get caught up in.
I wasn't trying to.
You're never trying to.
So help me.
Vienna just sort of waves her arm as she says, I can't. I have a job. And she points at the body and says, get him off the floor before that blood stains everything.
And Merru, with his remaining adrenaline, tries to pick up Misha, and thinking about where even to put him in this small apartment, goes to maybe like put him like in his little bunk bed.
Vienna sees you doing so and goes to move in front of you and says, no, don't you dare ruin the mattress too.
So what do you want me to do?
I want you to let me leave for work. I'm going now. Goodbye. And Vienna tries to push past you.
And in that moment, Merru puts Misha back down, and while he's still like lower on the floor, he quite literally grabs onto Vienna's leg, and he just goes, no, you can't.
What? Merru! And Vienna tries to move her leg. She's clearly being careful to not kick you, Merru, but her glare hardens as she says, I'm going to get fired if I'm late again. Do you know how many close calls I've had? Let me go.
You being late so much before, that's not my fault.
Yes, it is your fault. You don't even know the half of what you've done with your little street savior routine. I can't believe you even had me thinking for a second that you... And Vienna trails off when she sees the evident confusion on your face, Merru.
Yeah, Merru is very confused when he just goes, I don't know what you're talking about.
Vienna closes her eyes and tries to turn. Careful, given you're still clinging to her, and just says, just let me go, Merru. I can't lose another job.
And Merru does not let go, and he just, once again, like, kind of like tries to hold onto her leg tighter, and he just goes, no, you can't! Please, Vienna, don't leave! I can't save him by myself, please. If you can get him stable, then I can find Jackson and Theo, and we'll fix him the rest of the way. I just don't want him to die, Vienna.
Vienna bites her lip, and you can see the conflicted look on her face. She looks over at their little old wall clock, stares down at her brother, clinging to her leg and begging for her help. And then she sighs, dropping her shoulders. Go get a towel and the first aid kit from the bathroom. I'll see what I can do in 30 minutes.
And Merru, his eyes widen, and he does let her go now, and immediately rushes to the only other room in the apartment, which is the bathroom, to grab the things.
And as he does so, Vienna goes over to Misha's body, which is on the ground. She starts looking over the injuries, and without a word, takes, when Merru returns, the first aid kit and the towel. You all watch as she tries to treat the injuries, but after a little bit of time, she just shakes her head. Merru, he's gone.
What? No, he's not. That's not true. Don't be a liar, Vienna.
Yes, he is! And Vienna looks up at you, Merru, and shakes her head and says, he isn't breathing. He's lost too much blood. His heart isn't beating, Merru.
So make it beat again!
I already tried!
So try harder!
I don't have all day to try and resuscitate some dead person. I need to get to work.
He's not just some dead person.
Vienna stands from where she was kneeling on the ground handling the body. and turns towards the door. Listen, I did what I could, Merru. I failed, okay? Now I need to go to work and beg my boss to not fire me on the spot because I have a little brother who doesn't know when to let shit go. He's dead.
But... And Merru looks from Vienna to Misha, and he just shakes his head, like, unable to take in her words, and he just starts to shake at Misha and just goes, Misha, wake up. I didn't mean to run away. I thought you were following me. Hey, come on. This isn't funny. What am I gonna tell Theo or Jackson? They're gonna think it's all my fault. You can't die on me. Wake up, Misha.
Vienna stops in the doorway and turns around. She briskly walks over to Merru and squats down beside him while he was still trying in vain to do chest compressions. When his hands begin to shake, she gently wraps an arm around his shoulders and kisses the top of his head, a gesture that was much more common back when they were children, watching out for each other, than it was now. But when she speaks, while her voice is more gentle than you all have ever remembered her tone to be, her words are still cold, and her eyes are distant, like she's looking past the body currently seeping blood into their bath towel. It's hard to tell what could be going through her mind. The body needs to be done away with as soon as possible. Bring it outside, leave it where you want it. It'll be gone by tomorrow. You won't need to think about it anymore. You can just move on after that. And the blood needs to be cleaned. We can't be leaving those kinds of stains in here. It'll be easier once it's over.
Merru is still just shaking his head, still a bit in denial, and he just goes, but I don't want to. I can't just leave him.
Well, and Vienna stands up. Maybe this can be a lesson for you then. Some people need to learn things the hard way, I guess.
No, Vienna, don't go. I need to fix this.
If I lose my income, we're all gonna be crying for a different reason, Merru. I need that body gone before I'm back. And Vienna walks away, and you can hear the door click shut. As Merru is left alone with the body, he continues to beg Misha to wake up. And eventually he gives up and just lays beside the body, ignoring how it was going cold. He falls asleep like that, unbothered by the blood drying on himself, and refuses to let go of Misha. The only sound in the room is the muffled noises of the streets outside, a ticking wall clock, and Merru's occasional mumbles for Misha to just get up and make this all go away.
It was actually Theo's idea to set up the burial site. There was a plot of land that was meant to be a new building, but there was some issue and the project got abandoned. It wasn't huge, but it was one of the only open spaces left on the ground in the area. So it made sense that we'd use it. I wasn't there when he got buried. I couldn't do it. We had Theo do it instead, so I don't know exactly what she did to get him all buried. Jackson brought me over when it was all done. And then we visited there a lot. The kids missed him. It was hard to move on when I constantly had some brat asking me where he went or what happened to him. Everything kept changing. I hated it. Theo became more combative. I mean, we were still close, but we fought more than usual. Arguing over stupid shit and then giving each other the cold shoulder outside of watch-related activities for a day or two became the norm. I didn't like it, but we always made up at least. Fighting with people you care about is normal. Vienna and I were fighting all the time, and we still loved each other, so it was fine. And Jackson, well, he was fine, I guess. Kind of. I saw him less, and he still refused to tell me where he was going. He promised me that he was trying to find a way to get us out of here. He wanted to find a way to get the attention of someone who could sponsor us or something, I guess. I don't know. I just wish I knew exactly what he was doing, but whenever he was around, it was like he didn't want me out of his sight. I think maybe Misha's dying scared him more than he let on. It was a lot harder to get work done without Misha around. It was hard to do anything, actually. I don't know. Everything just felt heavy around me. Vienna practically had to drag me out of bed most days. Something weird was happening with Vienna, too. I don't know if she got a new job or what, but sometimes I'd come home and find her crying on her bed or in the bathroom. I mean, she never told me why. Sometimes she'd be injured. I don't know what it was. I mean, she hadn't met him yet, as far as I remember. So I don't know who was hurting her. I tried to comfort her, to tell her that I wanted to help her, but she always pushed me away, told me that I was the last person who could be helping her right now. She said I just didn't get it, and that was a good thing. I still don't get it. I wish she would have told me what was happening. All I knew back then was that I never wanted to go through this again. Misha was going to make my prosthetics in the future, but he was gone, so I had to make other plans. I needed on, and then I needed to find a place that could get me augments and prosthetics, and then I needed to be stronger, more capable, more ready for anything, and Jackson told me that he'd help me, so I started saving however I could, did odd jobs, tried to find anything I could turn around and sell, took more of a cut for myself from our watch activities, and gave less to Vienna for our rent, because I knew that if I could just get this, then I'd help everyone while also protecting myself. It sounded fair to me. I was helping. And I figured out a whole plan. I just needed to get my prosthetics by a certain date, and then I could afford them. They didn't need to be the best. They just needed to be something more than what I already was. I was almost there. Jackson was okay with it. Theo, not so much.
You all see Merru at the watch house, alone this time. A couple of neighborhood kids are around, but Merru himself watches on more distantly. He rolls a wrapped hard candy around in his palms, and then pockets it again. And then his head lifts up when footsteps approach. He perks up upon seeing Theo, but she looks a little apprehensive. Merru. Hey.
Oh, Theo, there you are. You said you were going to be here hours ago. I've had to keep an eye on the watch house alone.
Theo sort of looks around for a moment before looking back at you, her hands in her pockets, and says, "No, Jackson."
And Merru takes a little glance around, even though he knows the answer, and he just goes, "No, I don't know where he is."
Phew, good. And Theo seems to visibly relax at that.
Huh?
Nothing. He's just been weird lately.
Merru narrows his eyes, and he goes, "What do you mean?"
Him nagging me a ton is all. Pissing me off. I keep seeing him following me around sometimes.
Maybe he's just worried about you? I mean, he's been a bit more of a himself than usual, if you get what I mean.
Right. And Theo seems to be staring somewhere past you off in the distance before she looks to you and says, "Merru, can I talk to you?"
And Merru tilts his head a little bit and he goes, yeah, we're talking right now."
She lowers her voice and says, "Not here."
Huh? But but there's no one else to watch this place, so...
Hey, you! And Theo points to a random kid in the watch house who just kind of like pokes their head up from where they were scribbling on the walls with chalk. You're in charge while we're gone. Come on. And Theo turns back around and grabs you, Merru, dragging you away from the watch house, eventually turning into an alley before she lets go of him and turns to him, her face tight and serious.
Merru gives her a long look and just goes, what's wrong, Theo?
I need a loan.
Huh?
I got myself a bit mixed up in a situation.
With what?
Long story, and she kind of like waves one of her hands away, trying to dismiss it. Been trying to get deals on some meat from the local butchers. I kind of messed up though, got in with the wrong people, had to get some help fixing some stuff, and they want me to...
Wait. And Merru cuts her off and goes, why didn't you just ask us for help before paying someone else?
It wasn't... And her hand curls into a fist as she says, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. Listen, I'll pay you back. I just need a loan.
And there's a long pause as Merru looks away before he looks back and just goes, no.
What?
Theo, I can't do that. I don't... Do you know how close I am to saving up for my procedure? I can't just give away money to someone.
I said I'll pay you back.
Merru rolls his eyes and he goes, yeah, right, you never do.
Theo takes a step forward and says, stop being an ass and help me, Merru.
I can help you, but I'm not just giving you my on, because if I give you on, then someone else is going to ask for some too, and then someone else, and then Vienna's going to get on my ass about not paying enough for rent, and then I'm going to have no on. And I need these augments. If you need other help, then I can, but I'm not paying you. I think that's fair enough.
Fair? I know you've been taking some of my pay cut. I just didn't say anything, because I didn't think you'd be such a selfish asshole when it came time for me to ask for a little break.
And Merru, his face scrunches up a little bit, and he frowns, and he goes, I've taken more because I need it. I'm using it for something that will ultimately help all of us, and that's not a bad thing. And if we really want to get into it, it's also because I've been doing more. Everyone else has been running around doing who knows what, and I've been left behind to do things by myself, so I deserve it more.
Bullshit! And at this point, Merru, Theo has gotten right up in your face, her hands curled into fists. Sitting on your ass in the watch house doesn't mean you can swipe my paycheck. I don't even say it from watching those kids. I know you never got over losing that little brat of yours, but the rest of those kids don't need someone breathing down their necks out of fear they're gonna trip over their own shoelaces and crack their heads open.
And Merru steps closer to Theo at that, and he just goes, don't bring him up. You have no right to bring him into this. You got yourself into a stupid problem, Theo, and I said I'd help you, but I can't give you my money. That's it. Maybe once I get my augments, we can figure something out, but I need this procedure now that Nisha isn't here.
Merru. And the two have come to a standstill. They're both locking eyes, tense, until Theo reaches into her pocket and pulls something out. A knife with the letter T engraved on it. Merru's eyes widen when he sees it, and then Theo speaks in a calm, low voice, but her own eyes are wide and pleading. Listen, Merru, I don't want to do anything drastic, so I'm gonna ask you one more time. Just give me what you have, okay? I'm gonna pay you back. I just gotta fix my own situation, and then you'll get your prosthetics money back.
And when Merru replies, his words start picked very carefully, and then become a bit more spirited. And he says, "No, Theo, I already said no. Don't lie to me. You're not gonna pay me back. So just drop it. We can pretend this never happened. If you stop now, then I'll forgive you."
The knife is trembling in her hand as she says, "Please, Merru."
And Merru can recognize the desperation in her look. And maybe there is a moment where he thinks that maybe he could just give her something, but he chooses not to. And he shakes his head and he goes, I can't. I need this on."
And the two come to another standstill. Neither of them move a muscle. The air is thick around them. And then you watch as everything changes in the blink of an eye. The moment Theo lunges at Merru, he's already turned on the balls of his feet and started to sprint through the alleyway and down the road, screaming for her to stop. She doesn't listen, and the chase continues. Eventually, Merru gets stopped after making an accidental bad turn, leading him to have to climb a chain-link fence. But she's just able to catch up in time to grab him, and she yanks him back down onto the ground. And then you're made to watch as the two, who until now had been fiercely loyal to one another in every past memory you've witnessed thus far, begin to bite, scratch, kick, and punch at each other. A tooth gets knocked out, blood begins to splatter. But then it abruptly comes to a halt, and Theo stares wide-eyed at where her knife was now lodged in Merru's gut. Her face pales, and Merru, who already had been looking worse for wear, stares at it in confusion.
"Theo?"
Wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. No. Fit! Theo tries to stop the bleeding, but the pulls on the knife until it lodges free from the wound only cause more blood to begin to gush out, soaking Merru's clothes. She panics and tries to press her hands onto the wound, but to no avail as the blood just continues to seep. No, why did I do that? I just needed, this isn't happening again. No.
Theo? What's going on?
I'm sorry. I never wanted to hurt you, Merru. I just didn't know what to do, and I needed the money today, and...
Theo...
She brings her hands covered in your blood to her face and just sort of slams her head into it as she says, "I'm so fucking stupid. I don't know why I ever thought I'd get out of this mess. You probably don't even have the money on you right now. Fuck, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, Merru."
Wait, Theo... What are you...
Theo scrambles for the knife that had clattered to the ground when she pulled it free. She points the sharp end of the knife at herself, tears streaming down her face. She's not really even talking to Merru anymore, instead fully focused on herself as she stares down at her hands covered in blood. I should have just done this from the beginning. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I tried. And before she can finish the job on herself, you can hear the sound of frantic footsteps approaching the two and can see a shadow appear. Merru, with his head lowered to the side from the sudden exhaustion that's taking over him, sees it too. Jackson, who looks as if he'd run through the entire back streets with how heavily he was panting and sweating, stares at the scene before him with a look of shock and horror. His eyes flick from Merru to Theo, and Merru knows he has one moment to ask him for help. He could tell Jackson to stop Theo at all costs. But instead, he immediately reaches a shaky hand out while the other weakly tries to press down on his stab wound and begs for Jackson to help save him. A moment later, just as Theo registers someone else in the vicinity and lifts up her head, you can hear the familiar sound of a gunshot as a bullet flies right through her head. Theo's battered body crumples to the ground near Merru, and Jackson stands before his two loved ones with a gun in his hand. His entire body is trembling, and when he moves towards the scene, he practically falls to his knees once he reaches Merru, which is right when everything begins to go dark. And before Merru's voice begins to speak to you all again, the last thing you hear is Jackson's voice catching in his throat as he promises Merru that he's going to be okay. And he says something else too, over and over, but it's too muffled to make out his words.
Jackson brought me home to Vienna. She was beside herself, from what I heard. I thankfully hadn't been stabbed anywhere vital, but Vienna told me later that I probably could have gotten something like sepsis, and I probably wouldn't have come back from that. I would have needed surgery, and probably wouldn't have made it to the medical place in time for that. The wound looked worse than it was, but I'd gotten so beat up that it was still a dangerous predicament. I didn't even remember that Theo was killed when I woke up the next day. I remember asking Vienna if she knew what happened to Theo, and Vienna refused to tell me until she knew I could eat and drink without messing up my gut. And then she told me what happened. It all came back then. I didn't understand what had gone so wrong. I knew Theo had been acting out lately, but I never thought that would happen. She tried to kill me. I should have been furious, but I just couldn't bring myself to be mad at her. Someone was threatening her, and she didn't know what to do, and I could have, but I didn't help her. But it wasn't my fault, you know? I swear, it wasn't. I barely left my bed for weeks. I couldn't bear to. I knew I had the watch, but what was the point? I didn't know what to do. I was a mess, really. Cried every time I thought about her, and Vienna kept having to leave for work for most of the day, so I was just stuck in the apartment alone with my thoughts. Jackson came by a few times, but Vienna never let him in until I was given her personal clearance to go back outside. And so Jackson took me on a walk, but everything felt wrong. I still wanted to believe that we'd turn the corner to the watch house and hear Theo and Misha bickering about something they heard on the radio. But they weren't there, and we weren't going to the watch house at all. Jackson walked me to the burial site, and he told me that he buried Theo beside Misha while I was healing from my injury. He had reassured me that now neither of them would be alone, and so I didn't have to worry about that.
And you hear Jackson's voice. Merru. He holds Meru's right hand in both of his and gently squeezes. How are you feeling, my dear?
And Merru just is staring down at the graves kind of blankly, and he just says, "Fine."
Right. He glances away awkwardly. I'm glad you're back on your feet. It's a miracle that it wasn't more serious. The kids were worried about you, but I told them that you'd be back on your feet before they know it. And,
Jackson.
Jackson startles a little bit when he hears his name. Yes, Merru.
They're gonna ask about Theo now, you know. They already asked about Misha. I don't know how to answer them again.
Yes, they certainly will, I'm sure. But they bounce back quickly. You rarely hear them ask about Misha anymore, and he sees the sudden expression change on Meru's face and stops himself from finishing his sentence. What I meant to say is, it's not that they're forgetting about him. They're just learning to accept the new normal.
There's a pause, and then Meru's face scrunches up, and he just goes, I don't want there to be a new normal.
Jackson briefly frowns. Neither do I. This, certainly wasn't what I expected. Definitely not. The two stand in silence at the burial ground. Jackson had let go of Meru's hand, and Merru had to bite down on his lip to keep it from wobbling.
Why did you kill her?
And Jackson startles a bit at that again.
Theo. You shot her. And Merru furrows his brow and he goes, where did you get a gun from anyway? You never tell me anything anymore. No one does.
I'm sorry, Merru. And he does actually look apologetic, but not enough to actually tell Merru anything. It's just that there's really no need, you see, and I don't have that gun anymore. I got rid of it. So don't worry. I will never use something like that again. I promise.
You didn't answer my question.
Oh, I suppose not. And Jackson looks away from you.
And Merru glances at Jackson after a moment and just goes, well?
Jackson takes a moment to think of the best way to explain himself before he says, in a low voice, Theo was going to die either way.
Huh?
She was on a worrying trajectory. When I found you two in that moment, I knew that if I hadn't done anything, then she was going to turn that knife on herself right then and there. I wasn't able to keep a close enough eye on her. And you needed me. You were covered in blood. So I...
And Merru looks more closely at Jackson. He does notice the bags under Jackson's eyes and how his hair looks even messier than normal and even some dry tear tracks on his face. I don't think Merru's ever seen him look so unkempt before. And so he just tilts his head and he goes, Jackson?
And Jackson turns to Merru fully. Would you believe me if I said that what I did was a mercy to her? When there's no immediate response, he puts his hands on Merru's arms and gently squeezes as he leans forward to bring their faces closer. Merru, Please believe me. I didn't want to kill her. I never wanted any harm to befall any of you, but I did not want her to have to resort to dying by her own hands, and there was not much I could do without risking both hers and your death. I can't lose you, Merru, but I promise you, her death was a mercy. She can rest now, okay? She'll never be alone again. Neither will Misha. They can rest here, and you can visit them whenever you'd like. You believe me, right? You don't hate me, do you, my dear Merru?
And it takes a second for Merru to respond, but eventually he says, no, I don't hate you, Jackson. I believe you.
He smiles, but his eyes are still wide and strained, so it doesn't look nearly as comforting as his gaze used to whenever he looked at Merru. Oh, God. I was so worried. I wasn't sure what I'd do if you hated me. I was just trying to save you. And I was so scared.
Merru frowns a little. And he just says, it's okay.
We'll get us out of here, okay? I think I'm making some headway. I think I'm finally making some headway. I'm sorry I haven't been around as long or as much, but I'm gonna get us to the nest. Then we'll be able to continue on. For them. I think I can get you and I a sponsorship. It'll be tricky, but I think I know what to do. And he squeezes Merru's arms in reassurance, but it sounds like he's speaking more for himself.
And Merru listens, but he looks a little apprehensive when he says, what about Vienna?
Jackson pauses at that. We would come back for her once we had a stable place for her. And I think she'd be okay with some time alone, yeah? So I'm sure that would be all.
But...
let's talk more about the details later. Now really isn't the time. And he gives you a smile, Merru, strained as it is.
And Merru, he doesn't push it. He's a little worried about Jackson, but then he looks back down at the graves and frowns again and just goes, okay.
And you all can hear Merru's voice once more.
I really did trust him. Of course I did, but nothing felt so steady anymore. Something felt different in my mind when I looked at him. I didn't feel as warm, I guess, but he said it was a mercy. I believe he meant it, but I miss Theo. We could have talked it out, maybe if I listened more, but no, he said it was a mercy. Sometimes it's better to put someone out of their misery if they're already on their way out. At least they can suffer less. Right? I trusted him. I tried to continue on. Everything felt even heavier than before. It was harder to care about the things that I used to, but Jackson had a plan. He'd figure something out. So I got the money for my prosthetics. Vienna found out and tried to convince me not to do it. She said I'd regret it. Said it was a waste of on, and we really could use the money for more useful things. But I needed this, so I did it. Jackson told me he'd be waiting for me when I recovered, just like always. But he wasn't there. I don't remember what happened. The people who gave me my prosthetics, I think they did something to me. They messed it up. You know, it didn't go like it should have. All I know is what Vienna told me when I woke up. She said the procedure had major complications, and in the meantime, Jackson was gone. Dead. I couldn't believe it. There was no way, but I could barely even move. And Vienna had to nurse me back to health again. Had to help me learn how to move properly with these prosthetics and augments and wires, and she looked tired. She said she didn't want to keep going through this over and over again. But I just couldn't get over Jackson being gone. I couldn't believe it. And so as soon as I could, I remember stumbling out the door and making my way back to the watch house. I was expecting him to be there, but there was no one. Just an empty room and dried blood on the walls where we used to mark the heights of the children and let them color with chalk. And there was a book on the ground nearby. It was bloodied and dirty. I opened it up and saw Jackson's name scrawled inside. It was his, and we'd study using it. Vienna, she followed after me. She let me cry, but she didn't really look at me. And again, she told me that I needed to move on, but I didn't know where I could even move on to. So I let her walk us home anyway. I guess I had opened up some of my stitches, but she told me it'd get easier once I wasn't hurting so much from the recovery. And she said she wanted to move. She was getting tired. Admittedly, I couldn't really care about that, though, honestly. I just kept the book on me at all times, hoping he'd come back. But he never did. So I had to just accept that he was gone. The watch was gone. The neighborhood kids, well, it was clear the ones who hadn't had something happen to them didn't want to come back. So all I could do was recover, I guess. Prosthetics seemed pretty pointless. I could never admit that Vienna was right about that, though. But what else was I supposed to do but try and get better?
And managers, the scenes in the shard begin to warp as you all find yourselves in the Fathoms, staring down into the empty reflective surface.
Merru. Oh, Merru. What?
Yeah?
Every time I think I've seen the most decrepit, terrible, horrific underside of the city, my eyes are forced to witness something even worse. And it all happened within a stone toss of what I thought was a worthwhile paradise. God.
Managers, You may all gain a synth point from affinity, as these memories weigh heavily on your minds.
Vienna. When she came to the web, she was still barely anything but barely past what I would call a child. She was, for so many years, she bore the burden of decades. Wisdom that should have been beyond her years. She was forced to be a leader. She was forced to be a caretaker. I know well the burden that having to make the right choice for others, even when they reject it, what it does to someone's soul. How it grinds away at their will.
Is that why Jack's so odd to me after I mentioned her? I mean, why would he? Why did he agree with Merru about that? I wouldn't do that. I don't think I would have gone that far. I'm not like that anymore. That reckless. Kai, in spite of some ways one could take what was just seen, does begin to consider that Jackson, despite how rash his action against Theo was, might really be the best protector for Merru, even if he might take things too far. He probably was right about Theo. Kai's seen enough people in need of a lot of money to dig themselves out of one hole or another to know that desperation like that doesn't often have a road for recovery. If Merru wants us to know all of this, I'm sure that there's more to this story to learn before we have the full picture.
Ringru told us to look at what Merru was trying to say. That his life was miserable. That his friends left him. Or did he want us to think that... I wonder if he wants us to see that we'd be better off without him. Ugh. Prior rubs his temples and tries to force the images he was just forced to see out of his head. It's awful. He doesn't know if he'll ever fully be able to unsee all that misery. He doesn't know if he'll ever be able to forgive himself for the fact that, though as stupid a thought as it is, he wonders... He only wonders if he could have done something. Nothing to be done now. Mix was right about that. Alright. Well, I suppose there's only one thing left to do, isn't there?
Indeed. Now let's get moving.
Looked into it, I guess we're supposed to. And Kai won't waste any time. He will flick the shard forward and proceed towards whatever opens in front of them.
Absolutely. You are able to repeat the trick, Kai. And as you do so, you all see the door open up, and I think you have all gotten a hang of how this place works, managers. Would you like to enter through?
Yeah, sure.
Sure,
Well,
like
yeah.
Yeah.
What's next?
Mix will, I will say, have a fleeting thought of what they just saw. Didn't say it, but she really doesn't know the answer here yet. She needs to see more, but I do think in the back of her mind, when she remembers how disgusted she was and how fervently against she was against what he saw in the back streets initially, she feels a pang of remorse. But they will move on. We won't share this with the others. At this point, the time has passed.
Absolutely, Mix. You can keep that to yourself for now. As it is up to you if and when you choose to share. And as you all walk through the passage, it closes behind you, reforms into a shard, and you find yourself in the streets of Flavor. You can hear the distant noise from the construction zone, and you can see unfinished buildings in the distance. You are clearly in District 23. You all know this place very well. But you also know that this District 23 isn't your District 23. And before you all is a shop. A butcher shop.
Oh, lovely. I hadn't seen enough of this place. What do you think it's gonna be this time? What haven't they shown us yet?
Hope you'll keep it together this time.
I'm not gonna make promises I can't keep. But I know what we have to do.
I hope you do.
Would you all like to enter?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Absolutely. As you enter, there is a little bell jingle. And as you step into the shop, you all hear a man's voice. A man you all know. Fire and Kai, you two know this man especially well. As you hear a grumbling, "Hey, I know we're technically 24/7 opened. That's because the fun happens late at night. So if you're here, you're either ingredients or..." And the man before you all stops and looks the three of you up and down. As you all see Zachary. He doesn't have the middle tattoos. He does still have the scar on his eye. And he is dressed in the apron of a butcher, a cleaver in one hand, the hand covered in a tattoo.
Zachary. The name feels rotten in Pryor's mouth as he enunciates the syllables.
So you've heard of me. Well, welcome to Zachary's Bistro. And he kind of gestures with the cleaver, and you all can see meats, different selections, sausages, pies, all sorts of food laid out in the glass display cases as he says, "What are you looking for?" "I'm about to go out and get a fresh haul."
Zachary doesn't seem to recognize Pryor, it seems from his reaction.
Nope. Pryor, you remember Zachary. You remember how the butcher... It's hard to call butchers respectful, especially one such as Zachary, but he was always deferential to you. He never spoke out of line. He never spoke to you casually. The man here does not seem to recognize you and does not seem to be afraid of you, as he sort of just twirls the cleaver in his hand. And can all of you actually make me an presence or a conviction? I would say you can choose to use intimidation, leadership, performance, or survival. The challenge is 4.
Okay. I'm gonna roll present survival.
I'll roll presence leadership.
Kai, you actually have to subtract 2 dice because of beautiful.
Great. If I do presence or if I do any of these rolls.
If you do any of these rolls because they involve presence and conviction,
All right.
this is a roll where your beautiful is actually a negative against him.
Awesome.
Oh god. Sanity.
The challenge you said was 2.
Uh-oh.
3 successes for Pryor.
You know, I guess I'll push. We do have extra sin from
You
affinity.
can absolutely
What's-
push.
Okay.
Wow, there we go.
3 successes for Kai, and Mix, I will need you to roll as well.
What am I rolling?
You can have your choice between conviction or presence, and you can add either intimidation, leadership, or performance to it. Or not performance, persuasion to it.
Well,
As long
let's-
as one
let's-
of you rolls above, you should be okay. But the
Oh,
more
well
of you who
then-
roll, the better it will be for you all.
There we go.
Absolutely.
There we go.
So, Kai Mix, with 4 successes, 3 successes, Zachary's eyes sort of rake over both of you as if weighing his options. They linger on Kai for a moment longer. However, he seems to have made a judgment that it isn't worth it. However, Pryor, you feel Zachary's gaze on you. And you can see this predatory glint in his eyes. I'll give you this, Pryor, because you know Zachary, and you know the kind of man he is. He thinks that not only could he take you, but he's clearly considering taking you as an ingredient, and would if Mix and Kai weren't here.
How the mighty have fallen, Pryor thinks to himself. He flexes and unflexes his hand. He does drop to the back of the group.
Yes, he said we've heard of him. Jesus.
And As Zachary's eyes flit to Pryor once more, he then looks back at you, Mixing Pie, and he says, "So what do you want? Are you here to buy, or..."
Kai can do the talking if Mix wants, but he will take a look over at her since she usually likes to do the talking with people.
Mix looks at Kai and then kind of thinks about, because she never really talked with this guy before.
Sure, I mean,
she can try, but at the very least, she says, at least to get the conversation started, she says, "We're looking for a friend of ours."
His name's Merru, short, white, pink hair.
Oh, Merru! You know, I didn't know that fucker had any friends. I'm really surprised anyone here gives a shit about that pest.
Okay, Kai decides to discard that. So, speaking of that person, do you have any idea as to where his whereabouts might be?
Where Merru might be. Who fucking knows? Maybe he fucked off and died somewhere. Maybe he got chopped up. Not that he'd be worth it to eat, given he's got all those weird bits and bolts lodged into his bony frame. If Merru was gonna be anywhere, I mean, he's probably out hiding in one of the nearby alleyways. Unless he swiped someone's keys and stole their apartment for a few weeks. That pest tends to spend most of his time nowadays hiding out somewhere so anyone stronger won't find him. Once I found him chewing on a dead guy's arm to try to scare off the more normal people around here from getting too close to him. I gotta ask, did Vienna send you? Was she getting all up in her head again about Merru and asked some people to check around to see if that pest was still out there and kicking?
No relation.
Haven't seen Vienna around in a bit.
His eyes snap to you, Pryor, and then back to Kai, and he says, no one's had. Either way, though, that pest doesn't come around here that often. Only when he's willing to give up his pride and has nowhere else to go. You know, it's always fun playing with him, but he never really likes my games and always runs off eventually. Most he stays for a couple nights. Not that I'd be willing to let him crash as a longtime freeloader. And Zachary's just rambling to you all, kind of swinging around the cleaver as he speaks.
Kai will half turn to Mix and sort of project his whisper to both of them as Pryor's behind them. Okay, so I guess we're looking out on the streets. I don't really see how this guy's very much help, and I don't really like being around him that much.
Let's go. Yeah, you're probably right. Let's get out of here.
We just leave?
Yeah.
And as you all seem to be preparing to go, Zachary does say, hey, wait up. If you're looking for the little pest, I doubt you'll find him. Though I recommend snooping around the alleys around the neighborhood and see if you can spot his stupid flashing horns anywhere. But if you do happen to see him, and he's gonna go up to you, Kai, and he will hand something to you. Do you look at it? And do you take it?
God, okay. Yeah, no, Kai will take it with his wolf paw just in case it's something gross and wet.
Absolutely. He hands you Vienna's torn necklace, and he smirks and says, make sure to give it to the runt when you see him, and let him know the next time he comes by, I'll treat him to a real nice dinner. I'll even marinate the meat and serve it to him in the way I heard he likes most.
Would Mix like to stop Prior?
Yeah, well, Mix will always love a chance to stop Prior.
Yeah. Mix, the thing is, Prior, despite all of his upgrades, is not as keen to his ego. Mix probably is I'm not even going to make you roll. Mix is probably easily able to catch Prior, because Mix can feel every muscle in Prior's body tense. I'm sure she could, even out of the corner of the eye, see, like, those broken tattoos flaring pathetically under his skin. And, like, he goes to surge forward. Like, he is planning on tearing Zachary's eyes out with his bare hand.
Her tail juts out and wraps around your neck, and it's like just walking forward and getting yanked almost off your feet as she just pulls Prior back and hisses, "Not now."
How many times am I going to be forced to witness something like this?
This isn't about you.
All of Prior's eyes turn to look at Mix at once, and there is a coldness in them, and he goes, he deserves someone fighting for him. We can't just be observers. What does that make us?
Not yet.
Prior's shoulders sag, and Mix can tell that the fight has left him.
Zachary has been watching with amusement, dancing in his eyes. And he looks to you, Prior, and he says, you know, you're always welcome by my shop. If you don't want your little friends interfering, you can come alone.
Thank you for your hospitality, butcher of the street of flavor.
Of course. Now, if you're not gonna buy anything, get the fuck out of here.
I clenches his fist around the necklace and sort of yanks his arm away, hoping to, though he's not actually going to engage in any rough play, you know, having a wolf paw the size of a human torso swiping in the direction of this man he hopes is a little bit jarring for him, as he quickly makes his way out of the butcher shop.
Oh, absolutely. Kai, can you roll me an intimidation presence? And you can add beautiful this time for your gesture.
Okay.
It is a challenge 5 to intimidate him.
You said challenge 5?
Yep.
Alright, and I am gonna push because I can. And I hope that's not needed later.
Absolutely.
You're kidding. Hang on. You
like
didn't
to-
see that. You didn't see that?
Would you like
That
to
was
spend
an easy
some
reroll.
sanity?
I did it.
5 successes? You make him flinch. He does actually flinch, and he goes to try to defend himself, putting his arms up in a protective gesture.
Kai does smirk a little bit to himself, as that's about all he can do, but it felt good.
Fuck! Why are the hot ones freaks? And Zachary just
Kai
kind
is still
of...
smirking.
Oh, sorry, what did you say, Kai?
Kai is still smirking.
Absolutely. You see him kind of hurry back into his kitchen, leaving you all in the restaurant to leave as you please without Zachary bothering you all anymore.
Only one more lead. Somewhere in the alleyways.
Hey. Mix will step forward in front of Pryor. I think I'm gonna cut to the chase. I really need you. No, Merru really needs you to get a hold of yourself. Right? I'm not saying that this shit isn't hard. I mean, look, and she looks over at Kai too. I get it. This shit is really upsetting. We can't afford to waste time. Okay? I'm already wasting time as it is just talking about this.
Oh, can you see all this? And not feel your heart yearn to hurt?
You think I don't get pissed off at that too? But it's not about these people. They're not our people. Our Merru is out there waiting for us to help him.
And what
If
about
we get
these
into a
Merus?
fight-
What about these Merus? What about these people? These are people with thoughts and feelings and
They're
lives.
not our people. Kai, look, help me out here.
Kai sort of looks between the two of them. I think it is very fair to have emotion here. It is fucking horrible to see all of this, but at the end of the day, regardless of whether these are our people or not, these are memories and reflections of realities that have already come to pass, so any action that we take isn't really taking an action.
We're gonna see more tragedies. We're gonna see more pain. That's just what comes with the territory. I need you to lock in and focus on our mission. You remember what that asshole said, right?
I do.
Said, don't care too much, don't care too little. Alright? I don't like him. He annoys me, but he had a point. Alright? So I'm just asking you to have a little more self-control than you have been. That's all I'm asking.
Fine.
Thank you.
I have spent my life preparing. Just remember the rat gave you a piece of advice too. Kai, maybe you should lead the way.
Kai, feeling uneasy about this group dynamic, does in fact lead the way. Mr. DM, I don't believe there were any other leads other than looking in the alleyways, so I guess when they head out of the butcher shop, Kai's going to scouting out the alleys nearby?
Absolutely. He's nearby. And can I have you all make me an intuition awareness check at scaling difficulty. So it starts at 2, and basically it depends on how long it will take you all to find this Merru.
Hang on, let me willpower.
5 success crit.
Okay, well, I tried.
That's still a 5
I mean, that's still pretty
crit.
good. I'm not mad.
Were any of you
Yeah.
assisting Kai, or are you all both making your own checks?
I did not have any assists on there, so
I've got this.
whoops. Should've.
Do I even fucking have? I have awareness. Yay!
Let's go! 2 successes for Prior.
Yeah. I got this. This is gonna be the easiest roll of my life.
There you
We all
go.
passed.
Wow.
There we go.
Yeah, Kai, leading the front of the pack, is scanning with attention because he is trying to ignore the situation behind him, which is Mix and Pryor either catfighting or pretending like they weren't just catfighting.
Absolutely. And as you're all searching around, with that 5 success crit, it does not take long at all. Mix and Pryor, with your 2 successes, you are helping. You are being contributions to the team. But Kai, you are the one who sees him first. You see Merru, his horns flashing sporadically. And he looks to be in a similar predicament to what Zachary said he would be in. Hiding in an alley and looking very worse for wear. He's injured, bleeding, scratched from his augmented marking, getting irritated with no relief. And he's a little delirious from fever. Likely from his living conditions. And Merru, what do you do when you see these 3 strangers and the one leading them with the giant wolf-like claw approaching you?
Merru, from his little hiding spot, you see him try to subtly kind of cower closer to where he's hiding, as if he would somehow be able to blend himself in with what's around him, and in hopes that maybe that you all were just kind of walking in the general direction and would do what a lot of people do and just kind of ignore him if he doesn't make too many quick movements. But his eyes are dull, but they are still focused right on you, especially on Kai's ego weapon. And I think when he sees you all continue to approach, it doesn't really matter if you're like trying to approach like cautiously or like with a hand up, like, hey, we're not here to hurt you. He doesn't really care. Merru, when he decides in his mind that whoever's approaching him is dangerous, he goes from trying to cower to, as quick as he can, which is still a little with his condition, it's still he's very dizzy, but he tries to get up and immediately run at you all, and he will attempt to, for Kai specifically, because Kai's the one who looks the scariest, he will use an attack, if he may.
Absolutely. Kai, are you going to try to dodge this attack? Are you going to let him hit? Or rather guard, not dodge. Are you going to try to guard against it?
I mean, no, look at him. I think Kai's heart breaks a little bit at the sight of a pathetic, wounded boy who's acting like an animal running to attack him. He outstretches his arms to either take whatever pitiful blow he's going to give him or catch him when he falls, because by the looks of how malnourished he is, he doesn't know if he's going to be able to keep this run up.
Absolutely. Merru, you can roll to attack then at challenge 1. Three successes.
Well, yeah, no, Merru, he does his best to rush at Kai. And you can see his horns flash a few times, but it's almost like they when a light bulb is like flickering in and out, it's almost like that instead of the regular like flashing that you've seen from them. And he attempts to kind of like shove at you with his shoulder. And when that doesn't work, he tries to kind of scratch and bite at the sleeve of your ego. Even though it doesn't do much, he's attempting to get through the ego in hopes that maybe his erratic behavior will scare you away.
This is so sad to watch.
Prior is trying to turn away, but the eyes of nothing there will not leave Merru as they perceive somehow, even though he doesn't perceive a threat, the eyes of nothing there vigilant for what might be one, and they do not let Prior turn his gaze from what is happening.
If no one else is saying anything, I think Kai, while taking this, I'm not gonna call it a battering, but these attempts at an attack, trying to calm him down or console him, because it's clear that this is taking a lot out of this poor. How old does Merru look here? I know he's younger.
He's a little younger. You can tell he's like in his maybe mid-ish 20, like mid-20s, probably, maybe around like 25.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's still like he's a bit younger than you know him, but still, you know.
This is an adult, but he's so malnourished. He doesn't. Whatever. He just looks so pitiful. Kai. Unless someone else is gonna say something, we'll go. Merru, I don't.
Prior.
Oh, sorry, Prior.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Merru, are you, I don't think you can keep this up for much longer.
And when you say his name, the scratching kind of comes to a stop, and it's almost like he freezes upon hearing that, and after a few seconds he doesn't move, but you can feel that he's still very tense, and he just goes, you you how you know my name?
Kai knits his brows together, wondering if there's any way to explain away him knowing who Merru is, in a way that makes sense, but it doesn't really look like it matters all too much. This man is in no medical condition to process logical thought regardless. He looks delirious. He'll say, well, I do know you, Merru. We're friends. I know you don't remember me. You're looking pretty rough there.
And his eyes narrow a little bit. You can tell he's trying to think about how you guys could possibly be friends, but it's not. His mind feels very fogged, so he kind of just slowly nods after a few seconds, and he goes, I don't remember. Why are you here then?
We've been looking for you where we were worried.
Oh. I didn't think anyone are we going home?
Home? To the, Kai kind of looks around, hoping that one of them remembers if the clubhouse is called anything specifically.
Prior goes, the watch house, right?
No, that's gone. No, they're
Where your friends are resting, right?
And it's taking a little longer in between each question. You can slowly, as you start to say things that Merru remembers, you can kind of see his body start to relax, and he leans on Kai a little bit, and just goes, it's been, I don't remember how long, did you meet them? I don't,
Not exactly.
Okay.
But you told us all about them.
They seemed really nice.
Okay. Can we go there?
Of course. Sorry, Prior, what were you gonna say?
Prior is looking down at his bag, and he looks up to Mix, and his eyes are just filled with agony, but he doesn't act on it. He just speaks quietly. I know it's not going to make a difference. I know this isn't our Merru. I know his fate is set. Maybe a healing ampule might buy him a little more time. I want him to at least make it too. Maybe he'd be nice if he saw his friends again, and I don't know how much time he has left. Yuna can always make more. We haven't needed them so far. Please, Mix.
If Mix isn't speaking out against it, Kai might just take the...
Prior still is holding out the ampule between him and Mix, and he's asked, the question lingers in the air, his quiet, non-defiant request that it's almost a plea that Mix would agree to at least use one healing ampule on this Merru. Just one. It won't change fate, but he doesn't want to see him suffer.
At this point, Mix just relents and nods.
Hands one of his healing ampules to Kai.
Right. Mr. DM, can I make a healing roll?
There is no need to do so. Are you attempting to administer the ampule?
Yes.
The moment you do, you hear and it's as if any time you try to administer the ampule, not only does Merru not react to it, but the world around you seems to just shatter and shift, as if it's redirecting course. You do not need to expend the ampule, Kai. However, the Fathoms won't let you administer it.
Yeah. Can't say we didn't try. Why don't you carry him, Kai? I don't think he can walk.
I will hoist Merru up into his arms as gently as possible, more of a cradle than a fireman's carry, and will ask Prior if he can lead the way as he knows it best to get to Merru's friend's burial ground.
Prior may not have a perfect memory anymore, but he's always been good with retreading old ground.
Absolutely. You're able to make your way to the burial site.
Kai will set Merru down in front of the rest of his friends. He'll try to be as gentle as possible about it, and he'll say, I don't know if there was anything you wanted to say to your friends, but I can step back and leave you to it. Or stay.
You said we're friends. So, why leave? Right?
Yeah. In that case, Kai will, kneel next to Merru and, as an afterthought, actually, hand him over, the, necklace that Zachary gave him, and he'll say, I don't know Vienna as well as, I've, known you, but, I think that you should probably have this.
And Merru takes it with a bit of a shaky hand, and he just goes, "Oh, so she's okay?"
Yeah, she's okay.
Hey, Kai,
Oh God.
can you
Okay,
make
yeah.
a
Oh, no.
present subterfuge? You can add your beautiful.
Okay. I don't have any subterfuge. What
And
is the,
The difficulty will be Merru's insight, intuition. However, Merru has -2 dice to this roll, given his current condition.
Okay.
So if you could roll first, Merru.
Sure.
It is an insight, intuition roll.
Yep.
2 successes. Kai, it is a challenge 2.
Alright. Okay.
6 successes. Merru believes you. And Merru, you can take Kai's words how you will with the belief that they are true.
I think there's like a little sigh of relief that he lets out as he leans again on Kai. And I think his eyes flutter shut for a minute. He goes, I'm glad it's not raining today. It's kind of nice out, I think.
Yeah, it is. Peaceful.
Can you tell Vienna to come visit?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll, yeah, next time I see her around, I will... We'll make it nice for her.
Thanks. And he's trying to talk, but his eyes keep opening and closing. And then eventually he doesn't reply at all.
Kai, would you like to check his body?
Yeah, Kai could tell that a couple of Merru probably was experiencing some form of organ failure before they found him in the first place, and he didn't have much time left, which all of them knew. He will give Merru a once-over just to check his pulse and see if he's still breathing.
Merru is no longer breathing. You see that he has very little on him. His cardigan is bloodied. There is a little pigeon plushie, also covered in blood, hanging from his side. And if you check one of the pockets, you can feel the shard tucked in there.
There's it's a weird and weighty, it feels like stealing, when Kai takes this shard from Merru, even though he, knows that he wanted him to see this, and, before he does so, only because when he took the shard from Birgh, the world around them collapsed, Kai will, make sure to close Merru's eyes gently and lay him near his friends in as comfortable a position as possible. So it might just look like he's taking a nap.
Absolutely.
He does look peaceful, at the least.
More than most get in this city. I'm done with this place, Kai. Can we leave?
Kai will take the shard out of Merru's pocket and hope that this world shatters around them quicker than the rest of them.
There's the sound of a cracking mirror as the world begins to warp once more. And you all find yourselves back in the Fathoms.
We can't do anything. These worlds, we can't even change them if we have the tools to cheat. You were completely right, Mix. We're powerless in them.
I know. And now we're back here.
Is this even progress? Have we moved anywhere? Is this the same hallway I've been looking at every other time?
Yes, and yes. We need to keep going. That's what we do. Keep listening. We learn. We learn and we learn and we learn. We keep going until we fix this.
Something like this even be fixed.
It can be. We keep going. Don't let this stop us.
Okay. I had my faith in you, manager.
Hell's frozen over them.
It's clear I'm out of things I can do. Where the hell is he? I'd almost take being mocked at this point.
Did you hear that, Painter Boy?
Merru, be nice to see one of you alive.
When you see this Merru, it's weird. It's like you thought, like, it's almost like he wasn't there 1 second, and then you turn around again and he's there. But unlike the last times you saw him, he's not smiling. He doesn't look playful. He's just staring at you three with a serious expression. And all he says is, "Why did you do that? How did you..."
What do you mean? Why and how? You've been watching us this entire time.
You all... Why did you do that to him? How...
He was dying.
You...
What? We what? Huh? Oh, don't suddenly go acting all befuddled. All right? You don't get to do that. You've been watching us, laughing at us every time we come back. We've been trying to help our friend, and all you do is say cryptic bullshit. You laugh in our faces, and you watch as we suffer, watching our friend and people who look like him die over and over again. Oh, but now suddenly, it's all different. You're stumbling, stuttering, you don't know what to say? You don't get to do that.
I didn't think that you would do that. I didn't think that you would be able to, is what I mean.
The Fathoms stopped us from saving him. I don't think we did anything that impressive.
So what, you got some cryptic words for us? Or are you just gonna stand there?
After a few seconds, it's like he was there 1 second, and then the next second, you're not sure if he quickly brushed past you or if he just was gone, but he is gone.
I wonder if he knows his turn is coming up.
I can't stand that guy.
I think maybe he's coping in his own way.
Probably. Types of people are the worst.
That is something you and I can agree on. All right, Kai. You know the drill. Another memory.
And managers,
Yeah.
are you all ready to peer into the next memory?
Sure thing.
I mean, that last one was a lot, but it's a session, so...
I don't know. just keep going. We're fine.
Absolutely.
Kai will sort of toss the next shard ahead of them onto the ground, and if a new door is presented to them, he will step forward into it.
Actually, we haven't.
Before that, we do.
Oh, am I stupid? Sorry.
Yeah,
My fault.
Mix will.
I just assumed.
Yeah,
my bad.
Mix will. Although I imagine maybe if Kai's not in the state too, Mix will take the shard and show it to all of them.
You can actually try, Kai. I imagine, do you go for a second to try to place the door down?
I mean,
I guess I've never tried this before.
You've never tried that before. No, you've always just looked into the memory first.
All right, Kai, actually, Kai, show us what happens. I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I guess
we're all shaking. It makes perfect sense that like there's a moment where we're like, wait, because Kai.
Yeah, you've all been following the pattern that Birgh set out for you. None of you have tried to break it yet.
Yeah. I don't know. Kai didn't really speak much after all that. I don't actually know if he spoke at all. I don't. It's been horrible to watch Merru die every single time, but that really was, that one felt personal, because it felt like it was theirs. The shard that he took from Merru's pocket, I don't think that he, as soon as, Prior and Mix sort of, give their, alright, well, let's just keep moving. Kai doesn't really think twice before throwing it. He doesn't really think through the steps of how they've been taking things so far.
Absolutely. Kai, when you throw the shard, you hear this sound. As if mirrors are cracking. The entire Fathoms ripples around you all for a moment, and you have the briefest glimpse of what looks to be the safety team before the place reforms and the shard is on the ground, intact. There is no door that opens.
Let's do this in order, Mix says as she picks up the shard.
Prior puts a hand on Kai's shoulder and goes, "At least we learned something new."
And managers, I will remind you all, you were on the information team floor.
We are making progress. It was a glimpse, but we're definitely digging deeper. Following his footsteps. Another memory. We're almost through this. Alright, Mix. Let's dig deep.
Yeah? Maybe we look into the shard.
Absolutely. When you look in, you can hear Merru's voice.
Vienna had started dating Zachary not too long before everything got ruined with the watch. At least I think she did. I don't really know, because I never actually met the guy until sometime after I recovered from my prosthetics procedure. All I knew was that Vienna got angrier with me more often, less understanding, and I'd end up alone at night much more often while she was gone doing whatever she was doing. I stopped trying to find out what everyone else was up to after a while. They were gonna do what they were gonna do, and I was gonna do what I was gonna do, I guess, but... When I finally met Zachary, I knew I hated him from the start. You know, big guy, butcher through and through, mean street, controlling. I had no clue what my sister was doing. He was the exact opposite of everything she always told me she wanted in someone. There was no way she actually liked him. There just wasn't. Especially since she never outright told me I was wrong when I confronted her about it. Zachary hated me too. I mean, he made that pretty clear right from the start. Well, maybe instead of hated, it was more that he just saw me as some pest to get rid of. I mean, not that he ever tried to chase me out of my own home, but he was never good to me. You know, we got into a fight one time. Kind of. It was more that he was saying some shit about my sister, and I pulled a knife on him. You know, got him right near the eye, but then he, dislocated my shoulder, kicked my head in a bit to make my new prosthetics lock up, and dragged me to the apartment so he could pretend like I picked a fight with someone else, and he had to get me out of it. I hated him. I wanted him gone. And while he was becoming wedged in my life, I hadn't realized that Vienna had been serious about wanting to leave. You know, he must have had an in with the web as a butcher the whole time, and not that I could have known. And, I don't know, promised to get her a job there, and of course she took it. I just didn't realize she was planning on leaving without me.
And you all see Merru and Vienna outside one evening, taking a quiet walk. But then, towards the end of the construction zone, Vienna stops. She hesitates for a long moment, steels herself, and then turns to face Merru. I can't do this anymore, Merru.
Do what?
This. I'm going to leave.
Huh? Where are you going?
Away. I'm going away, and you aren't going to follow me.
What? And Merru steps closer to Vienna and goes, why? You can't leave, V.
Yes, I can. We're adults, Merru. You're healthy again. Your body's adjusted to your procedure. I said I was going to stay until then. I didn't promise anything past that. My job is done.
But
nothing. You know how long I've spent wanting nothing more than to get out of these shitty back streets? And she gestures around at the construction zone. Huh? And said all I've gotten to do for my whole life is watch you ruin yours. I gave you so many opportunities, and you disregarded all of it because of... I don't even know why. You just clung to your stupid, selfish pipe dream, no matter how far it dragged you all down.
It's not a pipe dream. It wasn't my fault that it didn't work out.
Vienna lets out a harsh sigh, and she lowers her arm. We aren't doing this back and forth again. I'm leaving, Merru. Go home.
And Merru stares at her and then just says, when are you coming back?
Probably never.
Vienna.
She clenches her fist at her side. Don't make this harder than it already is. Just go home and, I don't know, get a real job and just go live your own life. And Vienna begins to walk away from him.
And as she begins to walk away, Merru immediately chases after her and grabs at her jacket and kind of yanks at him, and he goes, no, you can't leave me, V. I don't have anyone else. You're just running away to that guy you don't even like. That's so stupid. It isn't even what you said you wanted to do before. He's not a good person, and he's not going to help you. All he's gonna do is hurt you. I know you don't believe me, but I'm being serious.
She yanks herself out of Merru's grip and keeps walking. When she speaks, her tone grows harsher. The more desperate she gets to make Merru just listen to her for once. The people who I associate myself with are none of your business. All you need to know is that I wasted my whole life so far for you, so now it's my turn to be selfish. I deserve to live my own life, and you deserve to live yours, away from me. So I'm not going to say it again, Merru. Go home.
And Merru, despite that, reaches out to her again and just goes, "Wait, Vienna, please."
Vienna stops walking and slowly turns her head, her back still to her brother. But her voice softens in a way it always tends to when Merru is able to stubbornly push past her initial anger spike. You remember how I used to get good grades, Merru? I was a smart person. I thought I could get out of here one day and make something of myself. But I stopped going to school to take care of you. You didn't deserve what happened to you, Merru. But I need to leave. And she clenches her hand into a fist. Because I want to finally do something with my life too. And I can't do that when you're around.
But why? I mean, we're siblings. We're supposed to stick together.
Sometimes staying away from the people you love is the best thing you can do for them and for yourself. So I need to go do that now. And she turns away from you.
And Merru's again shaking his head in disbelief, and he goes, But I want to see you. I don't want to be alone."
There's a long pause as Vienna herself is unable to take the next step forward and away from her brother. I'm leaving now, Merru. Don't wait for me. I'm not coming back. You have a whole life to live by yourself now, so go do it. You're an adult. And then she bites down on the inside of her cheek to force a straight face, and finally finds the strength to keep walking away, even when Merru calls out to her again, and again, and again.
I still thought she'd come back one day and take me with her to wherever she had gone. I thought someone would come back for me. I don't know who. I just couldn't process that they were all gone. I felt frozen, like I couldn't do anything. All I remember is pacing around the apartment room, wall to wall, for hours every day. You know, Vienna left most of her stuff behind. Not that she had much. I'd given her a fox keychain when she was 12 that she hung on her bedpost. She left that behind. I got mad and threw it out after a few weeks. I regretted it the next day, but it was already gone when I dug through the dump outside the building to find it. Vienna left on for the next month's rent too, but then food ran low. I didn't have much left of my own on because I had spent it all on those damn procedures. Eventually I couldn't keep up, got evicted. Someone else moved in a week later. I'd spent most of my life there, but now that place wasn't even mine anymore. So even if Vienna came back, she wouldn't find me. I didn't know what to do. I don't entirely remember what I did. I got by, swiped people's keys, and stayed at their places until I either got caught or rent for their place came due. I could never pay it, so I ran and found someone else to swipe from. You know, I had no choice. The nights where I couldn't were horrible. You don't know real fear until you come close to getting caught by a wave of sweepers. eventually I got so tired of it all. How many months had I been on my own for? I don't remember, but I decided to try again. One more time. You know, as long as I was still around, the dream wasn't dead, right? Maybe I could still do something, even without Misha or Theo or Jackson or Vienna or anyone. So I tried to get my fixer license, but my prosthetics wouldn't stop malfunctioning during the test, and I hadn't gotten sleep because I spent most of the night running and hiding. And they said that I was deemed unfit physically and mentally to receive my license, and then I was sent right back out the door. They didn't even try to tell me how to get help. I failed before I had even been given a real shot. I wasn't even allowed to try and get better. I don't know what they wanted me to do. I was tired. I made it to the rooftop of my old apartment complex. It'd been years since I last sneaked up there to watch the sunset. Jackson used to tell me we could reach the sun one day. I think that if I sat under the sun and closed my eyes, then I could pretend for a little while that no one had left. But when I got up there and stood on the edge to watch the evening, all I could do was stare down at the streets below me. Everyone was just going about their lives as normal. My life felt like it was ending, and not a thing had changed. I think it finally hit me then that no one was going to come back for me. This was it. I was no one to the rest of the city. I barely existed beyond my physical body walking the streets, and everyone who had cared was gone. All that was left was me. Just me. I don't remember how I finally convinced myself to step back and climb back down to the ground. I think I finally glanced up at the sun, and the thought of dying and not existing anymore to anyone got back to me again. I couldn't die. All I had was myself, so I had to protect myself. If I died, then I might as well have never existed, and I just couldn't. So I had to figure something out on my own, even if it was risky. Anything to survive to see the next evening.
And as the world shifts, you all see the solution Merru found.
Zachary.
What do you want now? And Zachary is in the middle of chopping up meat when he looks up and sees you, Merru.
I'm hungry.
And I'm not a charity. Go buy food somewhere else.
And Merru's eyebrow twitches as he stands there, and he just goes, Zach.
Why are you just standing in the middle of my shop like that? If you want to stay, you can go sit over there. And Zachary gestures with his bloodied cleaver. And shut the hell up. And stop staring. And his eye just sort of twitches.
Merru continues to stare. But then he does go sit down. But then after a second he goes, I'll take an apple. I don't need much. You had plenty last time I was here.
Zachary looks you up and down, Merru, and narrows his eyes and says, when was the last time you ate?
Don't remember. Maybe half a week.
Guess you caught me in a good mood. Here. Bon appetit, leech. And he tosses a bloodied raw chunk of meat at you that he was cutting up.
And Merru curls his lip and just goes, this isn't...
It's food. You asked for it, so eat it, or get the fuck out of my shop.
Merru doesn't verbally reply, but he steels himself and takes a bite of the raw meat. He grimaces as he chews and tries his best to force the bite down.
And Zachary grins. He steps out of the room, but then comes back in, sits down in his chair by the counter, and pulls out a fresh red apple. He bites into it and leers down at you, Merru, amusement evident in his eyes. Can't believe you actually did it. That's gross, you know?
And Merru is silent as he continues to sit on the floor and eats. He chooses to stare out of the small window of the front door to remind himself of where he could be instead. And he tries to get his mind off of the situation he's currently in, even if he can hear the crunch of the apple that Zachary's eating on the other side of the room.
And as Merru eats, some time passes. Zachary eventually tosses the apple core in the trash and leaves the room to go clean up in the back. He comes back sometime later, and upon seeing Merru asleep in the corner of the shop, makes his way over to him and crouches, getting his face right up close to Merru's. Get out.
And Merru's eyes flutter open, and then he blinks a few times rapidly, and he goes, "What?"
Don't make me repeat myself.
But it's and he looks out the window and then back to Zachary, and he goes, "But it's 3 a.m. Just let me stay another hour."
Nope. I'm going to sleep, and I'm not letting some pest roam around my shop.
The bullshit! You let me do it last time. You told me I could stay if I was quiet.
Zachary leans in very close with a grin and says, I lied. Now get out. And he brandishes his cleaver, looming over you, Merru. You all watch as Merru rushes to his feet and scrambles out the door before Zachary can swipe at him. And it takes him a few seconds to realize that he's in the middle of the road, right before the night in the back streets. His face pale, knowing that he'll have to resort to something drastic in order to get through the night now. And then the world glitches, briefly goes dark, and then stutters as you see snippets of Merru frantically chasing after someone, trying to get inside before the night started, tackling them to the ground, and slitting their throat with his knife. He loots their body for any identification, finds an ID card to unlock the door for their home residence, and after pocketing their wallet, he books it for the same place. By the time he gets to the building, unlocks the door, and hears it shut behind him, the familiar sounds of the first wave of sweepers begin overtaking the streets. Merru watches through the lobby window, wiping the fresh blood off of his clothes with a grimace, barely able to even feel relief after what he just did.
That was pretty much how it went for a while. I begged for a place to stay, and he may or may not kick me out right when I got a little comfortable. I knew that he knew where my sister was, and he knew if he didn't tell me, then I'd keep coming back to him. And he could keep doing whatever he wanted to fuck me up. I got sick more times than I can count from the meat. but it was always there if I was hungry, in a way that regular food wasn't. I hated going back to him, though. I only did it when I absolutely needed to. I just sucked it up and did whatever shitty thing he told me to do that entertained him. I tried, to do it all on my own, but I guess there's a reason rats stay in packs. I was never strong. I was scrappy and desperate, and that got me through more situations than I should have survived, but I was just one person. I knew not to bite off more than I could chew, so I mostly laid low and picked my battles carefully. I spent years living like that, through every season, every storm, every sunset. I left the construction zone for good after the first few months, and I eventually struggled to be able to bring myself to face the burial site as the person I currently was. Tried to visit a few times, and it was always taken apart. Felt like my duty to fix it, so I always redid the grave markers. I don't know why I was never able to forget the exact spot they were buried in. I always felt like I should have apologized to them for leading them all into the situation. But it wasn't my fault. And it's not my fault that I was alive. It's not my fault that they weren't. I wished we were all together, but I couldn't understand why I felt like I wanted to apologize when I was the one who deserved an apology from so much of this damn city. So I got used to leaving without saying goodbye. It was easier to push back that feeling when I didn't say anything at all. Wonder if Vienna would take her words back if she saw how I was now. I felt like she would. She never would have wanted to see me live like this. So I always tried to find her again, even if I didn't know how she was doing or where she could be. Not that Zachary was much help.
And this time, the scene opens with Merru sleeping in an unfamiliar bed. A large man with a few tattoos and donned in attire that Pryor, and maybe even Kai, may recognize as that of a minder syndicate that had once resided in the streets of Flavor, lay bleeding out on the floor beside the bed. Broken bottles and utter junk litter the floor as well. Merru himself has a swollen cheek and other noticeable injuries, the clear signs of a fight where Merru was determined the winner. You aren't sure of the cause of the fight, but if you had to guess based on what you've seen and know about Merru, he must have caught the syndicate member drunk the night before, picked a fight, killed him, and dragged him back to the guy's apartment after swiping the key so Merru would have a relatively safe place to sleep. Why he kept the body instead of leaving it to the sweepers? There are a few reasons why, but maybe it's best to not think too much about it. Unfortunately for Merru, who was still asleep in the bed, he hadn't taken into account that the syndicate member may not have lived alone. So you watch as the door opens, a tired-looking woman steps into the room, and she freezes upon seeing the situation in her home. Merru only has a few seconds to wake up and react, as his prosthetic horns flash in warning of unfamiliar noise and movement. His eyes open wide just in time to see the frantic, terrified woman rush at him with the sharp end of one of the broken bottles. And due to the cushion and blankets, he struggles to get out of the bed and dodge the attack. Instead, he falls, the woman having sliced at his cheek. Instead of attempting to fight back, he scrambles across the room and makes a 1-second judgment on how he could best get out of the sudden fight. You watch as Merru is just able to make the doors to the tiny balcony fly open so he can take the quickest scan of his new surroundings, and then without hesitation, he picks a direction and leaps off of it, plummeting to the ground as the frenzied woman screams after him. And then you see Merru's body crash into a large, relatively full dumpster. He likely had been able to calculate the distance just using his eye prosthetic. but the fall still left him unmoving. And you just watch Merru, laying among the tossed out junk and trash, groaning in pain. And after a long while, long after that woman slammed the balcony door shut and roughly closed the curtain to her home, he finally moves, hissing when he attempts to move either his right arm or leg. He tries to get up anyway, but his knees buckle the minute he attempts to move his leg and put any sort of pressure on it. But he does push through his pain and pulls himself up and out of the large bin, hobbling into the nearest alleyway. And using whatever items that were either around or in that bin, you watch as Merru is able to use his uninjured hand and his mouth to put together and tie a makeshift shoddy sling for his arm. As for his leg, he's stuck with no option but to let it drag behind him as he limps through the familiar alleyway, blood trailing behind him. You then see him end up in a pretty close call with a pack of rats, who only back down after Merru pulls out an old knife with a T engraved in the hilt. And suddenly, despite his serious-looking injuries, Merru is somehow able to muster up the strength and grit to rush at the pack. His erratic behavior and disposition quickly scares the group off. And once the coast is clear, he slides back against an alleyway wall and whines in pain, trying his best to care for his leg. Soon after, he drags himself back to his feet, knowing he can't just sit around like this for too long. And he continues on. Eventually, he finds himself hobbling through the doors of an unfortunately familiar butcher shop once more. And he all but collapses to the floor the moment the door swings shut behind him. He knows this place isn't safe, but it's safer than being outside, at least for now. And it doesn't take long for the butcher running the place to speak up. Ah, fuck, not you again. Thought you finally kicked the bucket this time.
Merru does not respond.
Hey, I'm talking to you. What? Did you drag your ass all the way here just to die in my shop? Trying to make me lose business here? Pipe a little shit. Hey, answer me here.
And Merru doesn't answer him, but he twitches a little and attempts to crawl across the floorboards toward him.
Zachary sighs and gets up out of his chair, grumbling as he flips the sign at the door from open to closed, before walking over to Merru's beaten-up frame and grabbing him by the back of the bloody cardigan, dragging him out of the shop itself and into the fabrication room in the back. The scent of both old and new blood mixing with the undertones of bleach and sawdust immediately hits the air, and he tosses Merru back onto the floor. When Merru doesn't immediately try to snap at him, Zachary pokes at the injured leg with his foot, earning a hiss from Merru, but not much more. And then, in a moment that almost looks like actual care, he kneels down and turns Merru's head towards him with one of his calloused hands, and presses the back of the other against Merru's forehead to check his temperature. When he pulls back, Zachary lets out a low whistle and shakes out his hand as if he were burnt. Shit, that's a nasty fever. Guess that explains the attitude. Bad luck, injured and sick at the same time. Sucks for you. Must have been something you ate, yeah?
And Merru finally opens his eyes, but only to glare up at him.
Zachary sneers in return.
And then, after a minute, Merru finally speaks, and he goes, Zach, I know you know where my sister is. Tell her I'm here.
Can you just shut up about that shit for once? She doesn't want you around, Leech.
Bullshit. You don't actually care about what she wants.
No, what? Doesn't mean what I said wasn't true.
I need to see my sister, Zach. I don't care if she's mad at me. If she knew I was sick, she wouldn't leave me like this. I know it. You're the bad one, not me. So tell me where she is.
Oh, shut up! You're lucky I even let you lay on the floor back here.
Tell me where she is! And he tries to grab at Zachary's shirt with his uninjured arm and continues and says, Is she upstairs? Where is she?
Whoa, hey! And Zachary grabs Merru's wrist to shove him back down.
And Merru glares again at him and begins to struggle and starts to yell out, Vienna! Vienna, I'm sick! Help! Vienna!
I said to shut up! And the butcher grabs Merru's hair and partially lifts him up before smashing his head into the floor hard enough that Merru's prosthetics temporarily malfunction, and he's unable to move until everything recalibrates.
And then there's a bit of a long pause where Merru just says, You want to feed me to Vienna, don't you? That's why you keep taking me in?
Who said that?
Oh, or you want to feed Vienna to me?
And Zachary quirks an eyebrow up, amusement in his eye. That what you think?
You're gonna chop her up and feed me the raw meat. That's what you're gonna do? Or you're gonna rip out my wires and cook me in a damn stew for her? I figured it out.
Ugh. Zachary scoffs at that. Don't flatter yourself. I doubt you taste like anything but copper and soot.
There's another pause, and then Merru just goes, Zach,
What?
I wish you died.
Yeah, you tell me that every day, Leech. Talk to me again and I'll kick your feverish ass out for the sweepers. I don't gotta keep you around. And he stands back up to walk to a different part of the room.
Merru is silent.
Here, have a snack. Nourishment helps fight off sickness or whatever. Have what you want. And he tosses you a closed bag of chips.
Merru is still silent, but now he's staring at the bag. And with his uninjured hand, he shakily reaches out to push the bag away, even as his stomach growls.
What? Got nothing to say? One little fret made you shut your trap. Damn, you've got an easy. Kinda sad.
After a second, Merru mumbles, and he goes, I'm leaving as soon as I'm not sick.
Yeah? Gonna walk around with that limp?
You'd never keep me here long enough to heal anyway. And he tries to shake his head, but his horns flash and he hisses in pain, but continues and says, You'll chase me out of here in a day or two under the guise of it being some sick game of yours again.
Got me there. And he grins at you at that. And then looks down upon you. But I mean, It's not hygienic to let maggots crawl around the food, is it?
No.
He stares down at Merru for a while, narrows his eyes, and then turns on his heel to walk away. Just close your eyes and fall asleep already. You're annoying when you're awake.
And in a quieter voice, Merru kind of calls after him and just goes, "Gonna leave me alone?"
Isn't that what you want me to do?
Yeah.
And then you eventually hear the sound of Zachary's footsteps echoing throughout the fabricated room as he leaves through the door to the storefront, and Merru continues to lay on the floor until he passes out from exhaustion.
I guess I got used to him eventually. Sometimes he did things that weren't so bad, I guess. Made it bearable enough for me to come back. But usually he called me a leech or a maggot or a pest and fed me raw meat until I started asking him to give it to me on my own. Even when I was out of the shop, it became something I craved. Sometimes I'd eat it right off the carcass. It was gross. I hated it. Made me feel sick a lot. But I was hungry, and I couldn't guarantee a real meal. I couldn't stand the thought of having something good one day, not having it the next, and then having to get used to its absence over and over. So it felt like desensitizing myself to only the worst options was the kinder thing to do to myself. Because it really wasn't so bad when I couldn't remember what it was like to have anything better. Felt like I was doing myself a mental service in some weird way. Learned to accept the bare minimum as the norm, and I'd never have to cry about not having more and losing it again. Sometimes Zachary would offer me real home-cooked food. He probably just found it funny to see me reject something good for dirty, bleeding, raw meat tossed on the ground. But I think once I shoved away the part of me that cared, I felt like the real winner. Even if I was forgetting how to act like a normal person. Just woke up, survived, and fell asleep when I absolutely needed to. Didn't matter what else happened. Well, most days it didn't. Some days were hard, especially the ones when I thought too much about my sister or the old pack. So I'd swipe alcohol from some drunkard and get through the night that way. It was the only time my damn augments would give me a break anyway. Slept better when I couldn't remember anything, and I guess I needed some amount of rest to keep functioning. I could finally start to understand why Vienna preferred things this way. It was easier if I just didn't think. Sometimes I still wish I could go back to that way of living, but I know I can't live like that anymore. Can't go back again. And the thoughts always came back eventually anyway, even back then. I never did figure out how to make them go away for good. I don't remember much about what happened after that. Bet Zachary would have remembered if he was still alive. He'd probably love jogging my memory about it all. Piece of shit. Hope he's burning. At least he got a taste of his own medicine in the end. It's what guilty people deserve. Still don't know what that means for me.
And managers, as Merru's voice fades, and as the scene in the mirror glitches out, I think that this here is the perfect place to take an intermission, as you all are returned to the Fathoms. We will be back in 15 minutes. You have 5 shards, managers. And who knows what is to come. Welcome back, everyone, for the last portion of the session. And managers, you all have found yourself within Merru's Fathoms. You have witnessed countless mirror worlds and seen a glimpse into Merru's. You all find yourselves once more waiting here. The last time you saw Ringru, as you've dubbed him, the Merru dressed in the attire of the ring, he seemed to be off for some reason. Not his usual cheerful, teasing self. And now, managers, you all have a moment to discuss what you have witnessed and decide how you would like to move forward.
Feels like despite everything, it does feel like we're making progress. Merru. We're beginning to catch up with modern times. I think these memories they're sequential. We are making progress.
Where is that guy?
It's gotta be close, right? Ringru always shows up. Let's go hunting. Let's not let him lead the way to us this time.
Absolutely. Would you all like to proceed forward?
Yeah.
Yep.
And as you all proceed, searching for Ringru, a humanoid abnormality waits around the next corner. It stands there before the three of you, blocking your path. She is hunched over, wearing a light dress adorned with roses, and a veil covers her face as she leans on a large staff. A crown sits atop her head, pointed and skewed as if it were about to fall off at any moment. The air around you feels heavy, and you swear you can see small wisps of something flicker in your peripherals. But if you were to turn your head, there is nothing to be found. The abnormality speaks. I am Ozma. I am alone here. Everything. It has all been taken away. She took it all from me. That wizard. I trusted her. And now look at me. Cursed to be a forgotten being. Living only to survive. Why did I do it? Why did I trust in others? Why was I so naive? Why did it have to be me? I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to be forgotten. But now I have nothing left. Even my children, those who walk through these doors, they only try to take them from me again. Her haggard arms tremble, and her grip on her staff tightens as she regards the three of you. Though if it's from sadness or anger, you are unsure. What? Why are you here? Please don't take them from me. These children, they're all I have. Managers, would you like to try and convince her that you aren't here to take what she has left? Or will you leave before she gets too riled up?
I feel like we should convince her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Absolutely.
Fuck them kids.
Let's make that choice. Yeah. Let's.
Yeah. Yeah. What would the roll be?
So,
Yeah.
the roll would be I'm just making sure. Oh, I think stream buffered for a moment. Oh no. Give us one moment. Percy is in the wires at this moment. Percy. I'm going to headbutt Percy. I'm going to have to headbutt Percy. Oh, there we go. I think we are back.
Yeah, I think it's lagging a little bit behind, but like it does. The audio seems to be working for me.
Yeah.
All right, you can hear and kind of see. I'm just making sure if you can hear us clearly. Hopefully oh god, yeah, that's really bad pixelating.
The audio is good though, for me at least.
Yeah, let's just lock in.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh.
So much buffering. But it's buffering. All right, let's hang in there.
It is not. It is now. It is buffering.
Yeah, now it's bad.
We fucking jinxed it.
Oh, it came back.
I don't know if the audio is okay or if it's just the visuals for all of you.
I think the whole stream is buffering.
Okay.
Yeah, it's buffering. It comes in and out. I think it's trying to.
All right.
Hold the line, friends.
Yeah, hold the line.
She is licking the wires.
Is it okay now? Can you all hear us? Can you see us? We're gonna have to headbutt Percy after this. All right. Every time I think it's back, I see the visuals glitch out again. Video seems good, but you think you're a little behind? Okay. That is good to know. Thank you all, by the way, for holding the line and pushing through. Yeah, Merru's fucking with the visuals. Okay. I think we're back.
Yeah.
I think we're back. Let us know if you can't hear or if the visuals start acting up again. Thank you all so much again. So, I will reiterate, managers, your choice is you can either try and convince her that you aren't here to take what she has left, or you can leave before she gets too riled up.
We are going to convince her.
Absolutely. So if you choose to convince her, that is going to be a calmness or presence, persuasion, or manipulation roll. To convince her that you aren't here to take the little she has left away and to keep her from getting riled up. But I will need one person to step up here to make it instead of everyone.
Alright, I think Pryor should probably make this check, because if it's calmness based, that's his business. Which is very funny, but he... technically...
How many dice does he have?
Calmness persuasion, I've got 10.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Can we assist, or is it just solely...
You can assist.
Kai will assist.
I will use affinity. I will take a Kai assist. Can I take a mix assist?
Oh, can Pryor get a mix assist?
What were you rolling?
Calmness persuasion.
Persuasion. Yeah. Mix can help.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Difficulty?
A challenge 5.
Some. Come on. Pryor steps forward, shakes the cobwebs off, and digs deep inside of him.
11.
Oh my god!
Holy whoa! Oh my god!
Crit.
They all locked in.
Yeah, that'll do it. That is a success. And, Prior. Oh, that's not the right screen. There we go. Oh, you aren't here to take from me. You want to help me. I'm not sure if I can believe that it won't all be taken away again. I don't want to lose anything more. But you have been kind today. Please take this and come back to me soon. I don't want to be lonely again. Please. And Prior, Ozma will reach out to you. And she is giving something to you. Will you take it?
Prior absolutely will. He knows better than to refuse an abnormality's gift.
Absolutely. Prior, you receive the ego gift, Powder of Life. This is a one-time use healing item that heals to full. It can either be used out of combat or as a reactive skill in combat by the person holding it. And I will add that now to your sheet. Do you say anything to this abnormality as you accept the gift?
Prior nods his head and goes, "Well, I will not take what little you have left. I will gladly accept your gift. Thank you. Good luck guarding what you hold dear. May it remain with you for a long time."
The abnormality is silent, Prior. But it seems calmed. And it moves out of your way so that you all can pass.
Prior does not disturb the abnormality that's escaped its containment and gently waves his companions through.
Now, managers, you have a choice. You can keep exploring the Fathoms here, or now, Kai, you can attempt the trick with the shard and see where it brings you.
We haven't seen
All
Ringru
out.
yet, have we?
You have not seen Ringru yet, no.
Then yeah, I think we gotta just use the shard, because I was hoping we might be able to catch him out here, but I think the doors are the only way to progress.
Yeah.
But Kai, Prior is gonna say, Kai, before you throw that shard again, do you mind sticking me with one of those healing ampules? I'm actually not doing too well. I might have just noticed, well, this ego is strong. I didn't realize how much damage I had taken beneath it. I do realize, I totally forgot to check that I am, in fact, injured with aggravated damage, and I should probably heal that.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Things have been calm so far, and that is, foreboding to say the least. The healing ampule that very unfortunately did not work on Street Rat Merru, Kai will instead take out to inject Prior with.
Absolutely.
I kind of want to save this healing gift because it's a little bit more valuable, but it reminded me I should probably heal myself.
Yes, Kai, can you roll me an understanding medicine? You can add your specialty. It's challenge free, and I believe you heal damage +2, the margin plus
Margin
2.
+2. You can take
Hey.
+1 assist die from Prior.
Mix
Alrighty.
does not have medicine to assist, so.
That's alright. Okay, yeah, I would say we're doing pretty alright there.
8 successes?
Yeah, I will take 7.
Yep, you can
I'll
heal
take 7
for
healing.
7 health. Oh,
4,
and managers,
5.
I believe I missed this affinity from before. You all can gain an additional sin point. If I did read the affinity from before, then I guess you all get an extra sin point on top of everything else. But I do think I missed that one.
Yippee.
I'll take it. Prior looks much better now and nods his head and goes, all right, let's go into the next mirror. At this point, I hate to say it, I'm beginning to get used to it.
Hi. Would you like to do the trick?
Yeah. There is a moment of hesitation, if only because he might have some lingering embarrassment from before, but Kai will toss forward the mirror shard.
Absolutely. And as you do, managers, you find yourselves in what looks to be District 12. Glimpses of buildings can be seen in the mist, and there's a looming structure in the distance. This nest might have shone brightly once, but now it is sunken in fog, though the fog isn't quite like the fumes from the smoke war. It sinks to the floor like a pool of stagnant water. This District 12 doesn't look like the one you all remember where your facility is located. Well, it does in terms of the architecture and in terms of the buildings, but not that structure in the distance. That's new, as is this mist. And
I think Yuna mentioned something about this mist.
Please, if any of you have any thoughts about your surroundings, as you take a moment to gather your bearings.
Prior keeps it brief as he stares at the building in the distance and simply goes, I think Yuna mentioned it. Is that the building that was once in the nest? The one that got moved, right?
Yeah.
Can't think of it as anything else. Let's find this world to Merru fast.
You aren't sure,
I don't want to stick around here.
But as you all take a moment to gather yourselves, and as you mull on whether this could be what was mentioned, there's a sound of footsteps. And you all see Kit, accompanied by Merru. I won't make you roll, managers. You have dealt with the Index enough in the past before to recognize those uniforms. Kit carries a sword.
Kid?
Do you say that aloud, Prior?
Nixon kid?
Well,
Yeah, Prior is not that of all the people Prior expected to see. Kit was the last one.
Absolutely. The moment you say Kit's name, Kit looked right at you, Prior, and says, "Ah, yes, the Prescript told me that I would meet the one with many eyes, wearing the suit above his capabilities."
Oh, so you pissed me off even in this world. Great. No, that's fantastic. I'm glad to know this is a trans-dimensional property.
Kit just has a pleasant smile on their face, Prior. And Kit looks to the Merru beside them.
These must be the ones I've been looking for. And Merru also has been given a prescript. And with the blindfold on his face, you can't tell if he actually is able to see you or not. But his head does lift up. And he says, "You must be the ones who are disrupting my path. I suppose I found you then."
Kit nods to you, Merru, and says, "I do believe this is correct, Merru. You know your prescript, and we shall carry it out." And managers, you watch as Kit draws their sword. And Merru, do you draw yours?
Yes.
Managers, how do you react as you see the two Index members preparing for battle?
You know what?
Glad I took that healing ampule.
So far, we managed to avoid conflict. I'm kind of, I don't know, interested to see how this plays out.
Let's
Or at
just
least,
get
you know.
to the fight.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to see how you'd fare without that Alf ego as a crutch, Kit. Pryor seems like he's clearly trying to put on airs to distract himself from the fact he's now having to fight Merru, but also there maybe is the tiniest bit of Pryor that looks like he's actually a little bit relishing the chance to maybe knock Kit down a peg or two.
I know not this Alf you speak of, but I presume it is the will of the city.
It's actually an alien. Now let's fight.
Absolutely. And as the battle begins, you are the first to act in this fight. That said, two things happen. Oh, wait, those should be limited. My bad. Give me one sec. Wait, no. Did I not put, there we go. That one is limited. Oh, yeah, this one should be limited as well. All right, there we go. But that's all good. All of them will go off. The Prescript's decree, Kit will be using skill 4, and the Prescript's target. Kit and the old man are the two targets. These will be important on Kit and Merru's turns. Managers, at the start of the fight, you can feel the light wash over you. It feels stronger in this place almost, despite the fact that you're in a mirror world. You can all heal a point of health and a point of sanity.
Oh, nice.
And Kai, we begin with you. What would you like to do?
Alright. Unless anyone disagrees with me, I think I might go for attacking, Kit, since one, they're right in front of me, and two, they're not Merru, and I think Kai has some hesitance about attacking Merru, even though he knows it will probably have to come to pass.
Absolutely! That will be a challenge 12 to hit Kit.
Gee, okay.
I'm
Really?
sorry?
It,
They don't even have Alf! What the
if
fuck?
the world was made of pudding? What are we talking about right now?
Is Kit just
What?
built like this in every universe?
Is this just what they're like?
Don't worry about it.
Was Kit like this before the facility? Oh, I bet Kit was a grade 9 fixer. Alright, yeah, sure. Sorry, you should roll Kai.
Kit was a grade 1 fixer, actually. I don't know. Okay, fine. I'll push.
Oh my god.
And,
Wait, no, I did just realize. I just saw how long Kit's cloak is. Kit
Yep.
is absolutely high ranking.
Don't worry about
I
it.
mean, I guess they're just goated like that. Okay. Yeah, sure, challenge 12. Let's just make things up. I'm not injured enough to justify injuring myself to possibly maybe hit this. So maybe I'll just crit a bunch. Okay, that was really bad. I'm not
5
going to try that again.
successes. Hi, would you like to describe what it looks like when you try to hit Kit?
You know, okay, 5 isn't like the worst roll in the world. Kai, swings at Kit with a valiant effort. It's the kind of punch that could absolutely take out not just a civilian, but also like most relatively low-ranking syndicate members, or at least get a hit in. You know, he draws his fist back and launches himself forward at Kit, who seems to sidestep him with minimal effort, and Kai is so caught off guard by this that he doesn't have the thought to stop himself from propelling himself forward, and nearly stumbles over entirely once he flies past Kit.
Kit just steps back and says, I knew you would miss that. And Prior, it is your turn.
All right. Well, Prior starts the fight injured, or not injured. Sorry, he is going to start the fight in the strained condition, so he's going to gain 1 forbidden magic, and he's also going to trigger the magic that was meant to be mine, and he is going to start with 2 offense level up. Prior doesn't want to hurt Merru, but he thinks back to what Mix was saying, that these worlds are doomed to a certain path. Prior's seen it, he knows it, he understands it. Prior looks at Kai and he goes, we heard the sound, right? There's only one way that this world ends.
Yeah.
You know what we have to do here.
Prior nods solemnly. And Prior's gonna approach to strike Merru with a quiet, I'm so sorry.
It is a
Dark Ritual Arcana. Warping whispers, and the star on the staff cracks and 2 lashing tentacles rip out from the start of it, slamming at both Merru and Kit.
absolutely. You are
And what's the
targeting-
challenge to hit Merru?
Challenge 6 to hit Merru. Is this an attack weight you're using?
I am using attack weight. The attack weight of this attack is 2.
Absolutely. So it'll be a 6 to hit Merru, a 12 to hit Kit.
Yep. I will sanity roll this. No, not quite.
8 success crit. Kit looks unbothered as they evade your attack. And Merru, for pale blunt damage, which will actually be 5, as Merru is weak to pale. And we'll lose
Prior
Real
gains
Talk.
2. Prior gains 2 forbidden magic on hit. Prior gains 2 forbidden magic on hit, and then another 3 for a crit for a total of 6.
Absolutely. Oh, is the stream
And
buffering
as
again?
he strikes.
Oh, I think we're back. Hello. Yes, we should be back. You were saying prior? Oh wait.
Yeah. Prior is going to finish his attack. The lashing tendrils go back into the staff, and he passes his turn.
Absolutely. Merru, at the start of your turn, there is a little beeping noise. The Prescript has decreed that your target must be Kit.
Oh. Well, if the city wills it, right? Sure. Merru will do so. You said challenge 12.
It is a challenge 12, and you all watch as Merru turns his blade on Kit.
Sorry, I'm trying to find where I can roll or anything. Do I roll?
You do not roll, Merru. You just have challenges. You can press the little comment button.
Ah.
This will miss, as you do not have a high enough challenge to even touch Kit. But would you like to describe what it looks like when you attempt to hit Kit?
Merru, he's pretty quiet as he does so. I think when you see him receive the Prescript, he quite literally just sort of sighs and he moves towards Kit, and under his breath does say that line of, "If the city wills it, then I will make an attempt." Knowing that it will be in vain, he still will try his best.
Kit gives you a respectful nod, Merru, and as it passes to their turn, there is a beep, and they turn towards you, Prior. The beeper has decreed my target as the old man. And the beeper has decreed I use my skill 4. Kit will roll a d4. Nods their head, and first Kit will use their skill 4. Merru has been granted Ward. Add plus 12 defensive challenge, where X equals the unit who granted the Ward's defensive challenge. The next person to target Merru will be targeting Merru at a challenge 18. Kit will then use their skill 2 on you, Prior, as it will supersede the d4 roll. Can you make me
All right,
challenge 12?
Yes. However, Prior does have 6 6 forbidden magic, so he's going to get +2 to his defensive roll here. So I'm going to pop my desperation. I'm going to expend my forbidden magic. I'm going to take this dice bonus to the bank. Difficulty. Jesus.
11 successes.
Oh, I sanity roll.
14 success
Oh!
crit. Prior, you dodge. Would you like to describe what it looks like? When you evade the swing of Kit's sword, this index proxy coming right at you.
For the first time, oh my god, wait. Oh. No, you know what? I definitely don't want to get hit by this. I was looking at this, and I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to get hit. Prior, brings the staff around. A symbol forms on each of his wrists as if to strengthen his arms as Kit comes down, and for the first time in Pryor's entire existence, in all the duels he's had against Kit where Kit immediately puts Pryor on his ass, Pryor gets under Kit's guard and forces the weapon to the side. For a moment, Pryor considers countering, but does not want to get hit by the sting of that blade and pushes himself away, flabbergasted that he was not hit.
If there is any surprise on Kit's face, it is impossible to distinguish, but you think you see their eyes widen slightly for a moment. All of you may gain a sin point from affinity. I see the will of the city has decreed you are not our mark for the day. And there is another beak, as this skill does have 2 coins. The second coin is at a different target. And our Prescript here in chat has decreed it to be Kit. As you all see Kit read whatever is on the little device for a moment, Kit nods their head, and Kit turns their sword on themselves. Kit will take 2 pale damage. Rather, 1 pale damage, in fact. And decrease one of their hitboxes. They do not look at all fazed as they drive their sword through themselves. And they will inflict 3 erosion on themselves. They will not, however, inflict Mark of the Prescript. As Mark of the Prescript applies to non-index members for this skill. And that is Kit's turn. As you all notice, Kit just sort of steps back and seems to silently observe for a moment. And we go to you, Mick. What would you like to do?
That's a great question. What would I like to do?
Wait, Mix, you have Unbreakable. You can burn right through Merru's barrier.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do skill 1 on Merru.
Absolutely, that is a challenge 18. As when you go to target Merru, Kit does interpose themselves.
Maybe kids should mind their own damn business. I'm going to, real quick, just so people can see. I'm gonna spend my bullet and gain 3 butterfly. Which will give me a little bonus to the roll. And then, why not? I'll push, because that's enough. I mean, it's not gonna matter. And then I'll just roll. There's no way I can make this. I'd have to crit several times. Yeah, you know what? I'll reroll just for fun.
11 successes. 13 successes.
That's so crazy good.
Mix, would you like to describe what it looks like when you attempt to fire at Merru, but you suddenly see Kit's full form and that sword of theirs interposing in your way, warding off the attack?
First of all, on use, I gain 2 butterfly. Now that I have 4 plus butterfly, I can roll one more time. Which I'll roll for fun. But yeah, that's not gonna hit. Okay, so to explain what this looks like, I think Mix spins the guns out of their holsters as she raises them up and fires twice at Merru, but Kit's just too goated with the sauce, and unfortunately Mix cannot. Mix is unable to get through their defense of their friend. So yeah, there you go.
Absolutely. Some of the butterflies do flit through, and Merru will take 2 black damage, 2 white damage. As we go to the end of the round, I don't believe anything activates at the round's end. So we go to Yukai. What would you like to do? Kit and Merru are.
Oh wait, I actually think Kit's erosion triggers on themselves.
Oh, you are correct. At the end of the turn, Kit's erosion does trigger on themselves. Kit will take 3 damage, which will then, and then their erosion will go down to 2. You all watch at the end of the round as Kit's body almost seems to be affected by whatever it is that their sword did to them.
Huh.
But they themselves don't really seem to react to it, as they just hold the sword in one hand, and in the other, you see a little device. And now, Kai, it is your turn.
Right. Well, I, despite how incredibly Prior and Mix have been rolling, I don't know that I can hit 12. So, I'm gonna go. Well, I'm gonna go to attack Merru.
Absolutely. It will be a challenge 6.
A little more doable. I'm going to push. Come on, man.
4 successes.
Hang on. Let me. Damn. All right.
5 successes. That's the miss, Kai. What does it look like?
Yeah.
Or how do you feel when you try to attack Merru?
There is a hesitance in Kai's swing. I think perhaps less so by virtue of it being Merru, because he knows that this isn't their Merru, and more so because a part of him is still pulling himself out from the overwhelming grief that he felt upon seeing his friend and a version of him that reminded him much of the version that he knows pass away, leaning against him in a world where he could do absolutely nothing to stop it. I think it's almost a flash across his vision as he goes to attack this Merru, and he falters and once again staggers forward, slightly embarrassed by his lack of coordination. 2 attacks now.
Absolutely. And Prior, You act next, seeing Kai staggering a bit and hesitating.
All right. Well, Pryor certainly won't. He is going to do the same again. The spear, the warping whispers lashing out as he's going to try and get more on his attack. He doesn't have the offense up. He will push again. And he is going to spend poise on this.
That's a 7 success crit against Merru.
7, 8, 9 with poise.
A 9 success crit.
Just spend the sanity. No, okay.
9.
Can't quite hit Kai. I can't quite hit Kit, apologies. He's gonna spend 5 poise.
And
Tip
Merru
down to 3.
will take 5
And then he is
fails.
going to gain 9. And I will gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 forbidden magic. Kit remains unharmed as Pryor lashes out with his attack. Relentless, but the pain and the weight in his eyes grows heavier with every strike he lands against Merru.
And Pryor.
Pryor ends his turn.
Absolutely. Merru, we go to your turn. And how are you looking and feeling, Merru, at this moment?
Not good. Not good at all. You can definitely see the impact that your attacks have had on him. And he's stumbling a bit. But despite that, he doesn't seem angry. There's maybe a little bit of a twitch of his eyebrows as if he might want to, but he takes a breath. And then as he tries to stand up straight, he just says, I am simply following the will of the city. There's no use in me trying to fight back against much of this. It will all come true, no matter what I do, no matter what you do. One way or another, because this is what the city wills. And then Merru will use his skill 1.
Absolutely, Merru. Can you roll a d4? There is a beep, Merru. And you see Nyx's name as the one you must target.
Well, he will turn around and then point his weapon towards Nyx and say, well, I suppose the city would like my target to be you. And then he will simply go on the attack.
Nyx, this will be a challenge 6 to dodge.
A challenge what?
A challenge 6.
Alright. Be easy enough. I'll just, do I spend my sin now? I trust my dice. No, I don't. What am I talking about? No, I don't. But I don't trust.
Do you believe in the will of the city? Do you trust your dice?
I don't believe in the will. Well, actually, I think the will of the city is bad. But you know what? have to treat Merru with respect. There we go.
7 successes. What does it look like when you dodge, Mick?
Mix whirls around as she deftly evades the blade just in time after having fired her shots. The blade just barely misses her by inches. I think like part of her, like some of her hair, like a little bit of her hair gets like cut as she flips. She like does a backflip and she tisks and says, now I'm going to have to get a haircut. And but she's chill. She's chill. She's good.
Merru will reply to that, and he will say, well, I suppose the city wants you to have a new hairstyle.
You're cuter when you don't talk.
I'm not attempting to be cute.
Just steps up next to you, Merru, and says, will act. And ask the beeper. It will roll a D4. That's the 2. Kit does not need to use one of their skill slots, for the Prescript forbade it. And Kit will choose to use today's Prescript is. As Kit steps forward, and I'll roll a D4 to see which one of you is the target. Towards Pryor.
Oh, of course it's towards Pryor.
Oh. Yep, Kit is coming towards you, Pryor. And give me one moment. Kit will do go. Move towards you with this attack. And it's going to be a challenge 12.
I can't tell if the Prescripts don't like me or you don't. Pryor has enough to expend his maximum number of Pryor is gonna try and roll.
Absolutely, Pryor. And before you do, the light does wash over you.
I have the maximum number.
And
Thank God.
restores 1 sanity to everyone.
Gonna need it. Alright, Pryor expends all the forbidden magic in his grimoire, seems to rip out and surround. Oh god, that is not as good as the last time.
5 successes. Well, Pryor, before you are hit,
I can't even sanity my way out of that.
the light does wash over you. You can all heal a point of health. And you are then going to take 6 black slashing damage. I believe that your ego makes it so that you have the black damage to free, but you are weak to slash, so that's going to be 2 to your health, 2 to your sanity.
It is 2 to my health and 1 to my sanity, thanks to the Crown of Thorns.
That is correct. You will be inflicted with 2 erosion and with the mark of the Prescript. And Kit will gain 5 points.
I will take that status.
And as it looks like Kit is about to bring the sword on you again, there is a beep. Kit sees that the Prescript has decreed the wolf and turns to you, Kai. Kit will expend their 5 poise here. So this is going to be a challenge 14, Kai, to dodge.
Okay, I'm in. Alright, sure. Yeah. To guard?
Yep. A
Okay,
challenge 14 to guard.
I mean, like, I'm not even rolling good without without the challenge being this high, but I'll use a sin point. Better than it could have been. Let's see. Okay, well,
11
I tried. I tried my
successes.
best.
Kai, you will
At
be
least
taking.
you can reduce the damage by 4 at least.
Yeah.
You can. Would you like to expend once per event? You can reduce the incoming damage by 4.
Yes, yeah, I'm going to go on ahead and do that.
You do not take any damage, but you are inflicted with free erosion and the mark of the Prescript.
It's a valiant effort. Kai manages to avoid any injury, but still faces the consequences of the Prescript. I think he just hopes that he's shaken himself out of his stupor by now.
And Kit sees you still standing here, sees that Prior is still standing as well, and says, the Prescript has sent hardy opponents against us. And Kit has one more coin left, which Kit will roll a d4 to determine. Actually, Kit looks at the beeper, considers for a moment, and then will forego rolling the d4 to target you, Prior, as you are marked with the Prescript. This is going to be...
Oh, that's awesome!
a challenge 12 coming at you, because the mark... Oh, no! The mark increases... Oh, the defensive challenge, not the offensive challenge against this unit. So it doesn't have an extra offense, but it does do more damage to you.
I'm going to spend my last sin point. Let's try. Let's try. Nope. I needed a crit.
With 9 successes, Prior, that is going to be 4 hail damage.
Okay.
Unless your armor has any way to deal with it. It is 4 pale slashing damage. Or no, it is just the hail damage,
Or
not slashing.
Well, I'm vulnerable to pale, so that's gonna be 8 pale slashing damage.
That it is. I believe Kai is also vulnerable to pale, so Kai should have taken 4. Or 5, rather, because pale always adds a plus. Oh, no, that's when it peaks. So, yeah. Kai should have taken 4 pale damage, and Prior, you are taking 8 pale damage. And both of you lose a health
Okay,
loss.
great.
Coolio.
Great.
And you both watch as Kit, once again, steps back after attacking and says, that is what the Prescript has willed.
Pryor is back, just injured. He is bloodied. The slash has traveled right through his ego gear. Blood pours out of the crevices of his sleeve and the legs of his pants as he coughs it up.
And Pryor, I did just realize you do have another 3 erosion inflicted on you. And the 2 from
Oh, and I
before
take another
would have
2 extra
activated.
damage.
Yep. And
Cool.
erosion,
Take
unlike
another 3 erosion.
rupture, you don't lose any stacks when you take a hit.
That's awesome. This is fantastic.
And with Kit's turn done, we go to you, Mix.
Okay. In that case, let's do a thing. I think we should shoot. I think I should shoot Merru. I'm gonna shoot Merru, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
What is the difficulty, Mr. DM?
Mary's difficulty is a challenge 6.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead and on use of my skill 1, I gain 2 butterfly. So now you know what, I'll even push because I want this to be over. So let's hope this does a lot of damage.
Oh my god.
Alright, awesome.
9 successes.
Shall I roll my second coin?
I believe this is enough, but you can go ahead and roll your second one as well, Mix.
Why not? My gosh. Wow. Okay. There we go.
That's 8 successes. That is enough to take Merru down. And Merru, I believe something happens
Oh.
when you are down to 0 health. But first, Mix, you may describe what it looks like when you fire Solemn Lament.
Yeah, I think Mix comes in and I think she... Because if there's one thing she knows, it's to shut down someone who's using a weapon. You have to go into their range. So I think she steps within, limiting his swinging range, and she just points the muzzle directly into, shoves the muzzles of the pistols directly into Merru's body and just pulls the trigger multiple times while keeping his arm locked down with her own arm as she kind of does a reach, like a little, like loops their arms together so he can't move. All of this takes place within seconds, and there you go.
And Merru, when you fall to 0 health,
Yes.
would you like to activate your skill 2? And please go ahead.
Yes. So when Merru takes that hit, you see him fall to his knee. You can see the blood now staining his cloak. And it takes him a minute to be able to get back to his feet. Clearly, he's not in any condition to fight anymore. But still, he seems calm about it as he simply sighs and says, well, it seems that the time has come to fulfill the second part of my prescript. Find those who disrupt your path, then stab yourself in the chest with a gift from a friend. And he will hold out a hand to Kit and say, Kit, may I be gifted your weapon, please?
Of course. My proselyte.
Thank you.
And Kit will hand you their sword, Merru.
And Merru will step back from the others, and there's a brief moment of hesitation, but he says, I've learned from experience that it's easier to look away, so maybe you want to shield your eyes, but accept what is to come. This was always meant to be. And then, as Merru completes the prescript, he will use his skill too.
Merru, roll a d4 to determine who this targets. With a free. On this one, Merru, I believe the d4 is Prior. Prior, this is the challenge 8 that you are up against.
Prior will roll to dodge. He'll try and use his counter dice. Challenge 8. I am out of...
90 says crit. Would you like to describe what it looks like when you dodge this final attack aimed at him?
Prior feels death like a specter swoop over him. He feels that if this blade had hit him, he would have been so dead. 16 pale damage plus 5. He's out. So he feels everything slow down, and by the skin of his teeth, yet again dancing within inches of demise, very, very close to the edge, he brings the staff around and just slams it into Merru's gut, forcing distance between the two men, evading death by a hair's breadth.
When that happens, Merru almost falls over again and takes one steadying step to keep himself upright. And when he looks your way, you can't tell what the look on his face is, of course, which is not unusual for him, but you might be able to tell. It's almost like, well, you're not sure. He might look a little relieved as he just says, well, it seems like the city would like me to grant you one more day. Thank you for the fight. And then Merru does turn the weapon back onto him and stabs himself in the chest, just as the city willed.
Absolutely. You all watch as Merru carries out the prescript. Kit's standing there. And despite being told they could look away, Kit continues to stare at Merru. They are not hostile managers. They simply go to collect his body, unless any of you try to stop them.
No, this is Kit's Merru, unless Prior says otherwise.
Yeah, Prior is wounded, half dead, and he can't fight Kit. He's not strong enough.
As Kit lifts Merru into their arms, Kit turns and they have Merru in one arm at the moment. And with the other hand, they reach and they produce a shard and they hold it out. I was told to deliver it to the free who would disrupt his path.
That's what I hate most about your prescripts. They're just right enough to be annoying, just avoidable enough to be questionable. And Prior goes to take the shard.
Absolutely. You can take the shard. And managers, the world begins to glitch around all of you as you accept it. And you find yourself back in the Fathoms.
Back here again.
Ugh, I don't want to think about that place. I don't want to have to fight him. It's... We have to just press on. We have to find Ringru.
Yeah. But... And she will look at the shard. We should take a look at that.
Managers, do you have any thoughts to share with one another? Or do you all decide to look into the shard?
What's to say? Praise be the Prescripts. Prior looks miserable. This Fathom has a crease on his brow. The healing ampule looks like it's done almost nothing to him. He's back to being half injured and dying. He's barely holding on. We have to just keep going. This damn Fathom can't last. We have to be making progress. We were an information team last time. We're closing closer. Let's just look in and see.
You remember when you all first entered, you were in the information team. When Kai attempted to throw the shards, you saw the safety team.
Yeah, well, we're making progress. Yeah, Prior is clearly feeling the weight of this journey, and he's gonna hold out the shard for the rest of them.
Absolutely. And do you all look into the shard?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you do, in this memory, you see Merru inside the familiar walls of Branch L53. However, his hair is still long, like it was back in his days in District 23. And he's wearing Beak instead of Magic Bullet. He has just entered the unit of abnormality F0169, Durafrations, and stares up at the tall abnormality with trepidation. But before anything else, you once again hear Merru's voice speak to you.
I had kept Misha's radio and Theo's knife along with Jackson's thesaurus. It was the closest thing I had to them now that they were gone, and even when I stopped thinking about them all the time, I still couldn't bear to part with them. The radio eventually broke and the knife rusted, but I couldn't throw them away. At least the book, despite the bloodstains, was still readable. Sometimes I tried to ground myself by reading the words on the pages. Synonyms, antonyms, made me feel somewhat normal. I had a couple pictures too. Never looked at them, but they were there. I eventually was scouted to join L Corp a few years after I'd ended up on my own. I don't really remember much at the time from being so out of it, but I know I accepted, of course. And I wasn't sure if a fancy wing would consider my radio and knife to be junk and get thrown out, so I decided to make one last visit back to the construction zone. The corner store at the end of the street that the old watch house was at was still boarded up. I didn't recognize anyone, and no one around recognized me. No one was currently occupying the watch house either, so I kept my head down and found a spot in the wall to hide the radio and knife in. Just in case. I put the pictures in there too. I finally looked at them when I realized I was forgetting what everyone looked like. And then I closed the hiding spot and left. Stopped by the burial site one more time, fix up the grave markers. Had to add more after what happened with Jackson and the kids. And then I added one more. I guess even then I was still picking favorites, I guess. I pretended it didn't mean anything, though. And then I left. I only accepted the offer because I thought it was the smartest decision to prolong my life. Thought that made sense. I was put in training first. Wasn't really good at following the rules, though. Never responded to my department head when she spoke to me, and I guess she took it personally. But I wasn't speaking to anyone, so I don't get why she acted like she was being singled out. Whatever. She pushed me through my training before I was really ready and promptly transferred me to information, but I'm not smart. I know this. I wanted to be, but I wasn't. I was a bad fit for the department, so I got swapped with an agent from safety. So I worked there for a while. Wasn't bad. But it was going to be hard working in any department. I mean, everything felt so surreal. I suddenly had a place to sleep every night, actual meals provided, a routine to follow. It had been so long since I last had that I didn't know how to handle it. I'd forgotten how to talk to people properly. So I preferred to just not talk at all, and I didn't want to get used to things. What if they kicked me out one day? What if I fell asleep in my bed and someone sneaked into my room overnight and attacked me with their ego weapon because I couldn't get up fast enough because I had gotten too comfortable under the covers? What if I started befriending someone and an abnormality breached and killed them right in front of me? There was a lot to consider. Some things were easy solutions. I didn't interact with anyone, which was easy since even among other former Backstreet residents, a lot of them were still wary of me once they somehow learned where I was from. And I made sure not to get too comfortable in my room. I knocked things over and created a hiding spot to sleep it on the floor instead. It was easy to get used to. But I couldn't continue my eating habits from the past few years either, and that was the toughest part. Most people would consider that a good thing, but I tried to eat normal food and I eventually threw up, like every time. I could only eat a little bit of certain foods, usually meat or simple things like bread. And things got tougher in general when, for some reason, an agent named Kit took an interest in me. We were both low-level safety team agents, and I don't have a clue why they attempted to befriend me, but it was hard for me. It made me start to think about the before times, and I didn't like that. I hated how easy it was for me to mentally end up back there, so I tried to stay away from Kit. But Kit isn't exactly the kind of person who's easy to get rid of. I was always tasked with working with Punishing Bird, and they would find me after my shifts in the unit to talk to me. I couldn't ignore them forever, so eventually I tried to talk back to them, and I hated that it made my day easier. I knew it was a bad idea to get comfortable around anyone, but I missed my old life. I did want it back, actually, at least a little. But I got transferred to Control one day. Guess I wasn't following safety protocol well enough. I was no longer able to go to work with Punishing Bird or spend much time at all in that department, so I was more or less alone again. I should have known better, really. It was harder than before to just not talk to anyone. Pissed me off. I wanted to be tougher than that. I didn't like the abnormalities in this department either. I preferred working with the birdie, but maybe I got too comfortable there too. But maybe I shouldn't have taken that for granted either. I should have been grateful for the abnormalities I was working with. Not that it lasted. My department head wanted me to work somewhere different one day. I knew nothing about the abnormality. The files on it were confusing to me. I didn't want to work with a heh. I only had beak gear. But I was told to go in anyway. Someone needed to handle the cliff-off meltdown. So I did.
And managers, you all know quite well the dangers of working with abnormalities above your gear level. You have all, I'm sure, completed work on an abnormality that left you worse for wear. So it isn't surprising to see that when Merru, donned in a tough suit, attempts to work on Freyshitz for the first time, the damage that he sustained brings him to his knees. He practically keels over, coughing and gripping his chest from the stabbing sensation of the overwhelming black damage. And Derfratius looms over him, just watching while Merru twitches and writhes in pain. But then, surprisingly, his form leans down. The abnormality places a hand atop Merru's head, likely to see his reaction. And when Merru doesn't flinch away, instead glares up at him, Derfratius places a cigar, his gift, beside Merru's head. He then waits for Merru to pull himself back up to his knees, and instructs Merru to use the gift. Merru is hesitant, but he shakily brings the cigar to his lips, breathes in, and then begins to hack up black smoke and blood, curling in on himself once more. But he doesn't let go of the cigar, even after he croaks out a cry of confusion on why he was told to do that in the first place. Derfratius laughs. The final boxes tick green.
The next day, I was handed a new ego suit by my department head. They told me that since the abnormality took a surprising liking to me, I had to go back in the unit and finish the deal so I could safely wield the weapon too. But I didn't want to. I liked Birgh. I wasn't a good enough agent to handle a Hess suit yet. I knew that, but they told me that I was the only agent who had been given the gift, so I had to wear the ego. And it felt heavy when I put it on. It fit me like all ego did, but I still felt swamped in it. I hated it. The gloves on my hands, the belt around my waist, the smoke that sometimes trailed from my feet. It made me feel like I was dying just by donning the suit. So I tried to ask if I could wear something else. I didn't want this. I didn't want to feel like I was dying all the time. I couldn't handle that. My department had told me that if I really had a problem, go ask the AI. I didn't understand why her, but I agreed. I had never spoken to Miss Ange before in a real way that mattered to me. I had no reason to, and I guess this conversation didn't matter either because she told me the same thing my department head did. She told me that I was to go into the unit, receive the weapon from the abnormality, and wield the ego until told otherwise. I had no say in what happened to me here. I was an agent whose job it was to follow the rules. She never said my name once. I was Beta 479. It was better than what I'd been called before coming here, at least. But that was the end of it. She didn't care if any of us lived or died, so I had no choice but to continue working in that unit.
You've come back. And Derfratius waits in the unit for you, Merru, when you enter.
And Merru approaches, and he just says, "Not like I had much of a choice."
Why listen to what is asked of you, if it is not what you truly want?
I don't have a choice. If I don't listen, I'll be tossed aside, and when I'm tossed aside, I'll die. I'm doing this to protect myself.
I see. You seek protection or power.
And Merru thinks about the question, furrows his brow, and just says, both? I'm trying to survive.
I've given you my gift. Do you still have it? Or have you carelessly tossed it aside?
And quietly, Merru pulls the cigar from his pocket, and when he does so and holds it in his hand, it immediately begins to billow black smoke.
Use it.
Merru hesitates, but he sees the abnormality's eyes narrow, and in that moment, he brings the pipe to his lips, and just like the first time, the burn from it causes him to curl inwards and start hacking.
Excellent.
Why?
This is your next step. And the abnormality opens his palm to reveal a glowing blue object floating above it.
What is that?
This is a magic bullet that will never miss, no matter what. However, it comes at a cost. The final bullet you shoot will fly toward the one who you love most.
And Merru coughs a few more times before taking a step forward again. And he shakes his head a little and just says, I don't have anyone like that, though.
Is that what you believe?
Yes. That's why I'm here. I don't have anyone left.
Do you approach because you have an interest? This bullet shall always fly along the horizon and strike upon its predetermined path no matter what. If you do not hesitate, if your will is strong, and you are sure of what you want, this bullet can puncture anything you please.
And there is a bit of a curiosity there. A hesitant curiosity. And he tilts his head a little and just says, anything?
Derfrashitz leans down to further loom over Merru's smaller frame. Anything. Forever.
And when Derfrashitz does that, Merru still narrows his eyes up at him, even though it's a clear intimidation tactic that he sees, and he just says, but how can I trust you?
You're still suspicious? That's fine. And he doesn't seem bothered by Merru's skepticism. In fact, he seems rather pleased. Wield my rifle, and when you need me, I will be there. In alteration to the offer, you could say, call upon me with my rifle in your hands, and as long as our contract has not played out, you may rely on my personal assistance. I can grant you this.
And Merru will reach his hand upwards.
And Frashitz lowers his own hand, so Merru can better see the glowing blue bullet. You were told to listen to what I say, were you not?
I was.
You were smart then to haggle for more. Reckless, too, to expect there to be no consequence for greed.
And that wasn't what Merru was intending, so he briefly frowns for a second and just goes, I wasn't...
Derfrashitz closes his hand and the bullet disappears. What do you say?
I mean, I think you already know my answer, don't you?
Yes. I've known your answer since the moment you stepped through the door. I was rewarding your refreshing attitude. You adapt well. You are sturdy. That is good.
And Merru doesn't respond to that because he's not sure if he likes hearing a compliment from the abnormality, even if he likes being told a compliment in general. It's a bit conflicted.
The abnormality does not seem bothered, as he says, so you wish to fire my rifle, knowing the consequence.
And he thinks on that. And, at the end of the day, he knows he can't really say no. He was told to say yes. But thinking about the consequence, he eventually nods and just replies, yes, I don't have a loved one to strike, so it's fine.
If that truly is what you believe. And when Derfrashitz opens his hand once more, a black contract cloaked in blue flames appears before Merru now. Then the power is yours. and as if he instinctively knew what to do. You watch Merru take off his right glove and press his palm into the contract. The dark flame swirls around his hand, hot to the touch, but somehow not leaving a burn. And then the contract burns out and disappears into black smoke. The contract has been sealed. I'm at your service. You are at mine. And then, managers, you see smoke begin to rise from beneath Merru's feet as the scene slowly fades away.
The smoke from the pipe got easier to handle. Difficult things to deal with always get easier once you do it enough times. And honestly, I still hated the feeling of the ego, especially the rifle. But sometimes it was nice. I think even now, I kind of agree with that. Wearing and using the ego for so long fogged up my brain, Nothing mattered besides the shots I was taking. I didn't have to think. I just watched the bullets fly along the horizon and find their mark. I didn't always understand their trajectory, but I knew they always went where they were meant to go. But I knew I was wielding something that was too strong for me. I was an agent meant for Teth gear, wearing a Hes suit, and using a Va gun. Kit somehow found me at one point and warned me that it was dangerous for me to carry on like this. But it wasn't my choice. I had to do as I was told, even if I hated it. So, the incident that happened in the facility was bound to happen at some point. All I remember is being tasked to suppress Dream of a Black Swan when she breached. I had to chase her around the facility because if I shot her from the front, she'd reflect the damage, and people wouldn't duck or get out of the way when I told them. But if I didn't shoot, she'd let out every abnormality in the facility, so I fired through anyone who wouldn't listen. It wasn't my fault. It's just what I had to do. Just like always. And once I suppressed her, my ego gear felt overwhelming, but Miss Ange told me to suppress both Redolta and Little Helper. She knew I was probably close to corrosion, but she told me to do it anyway. And I knew what would happen if I said no, so I continued onwards. At least I could tell myself that no matter what happened, it really wasn't my fault.
Merru, you can see Rudolta and all around Helper, fighting in a hall. The walls and floors splattered with blood, guts, and brain matter. They must have caught a number of lower-level agents in the room, and Little Helper mowed them down while they were struggling from Rudolta's sanity drop. You all watch as Merru barely hesitates before lifting Magic Bullet and pointing it in their direction, trying to find the most precise location so he could hit both in one shot. All around Helper was vulnerable to black damage, but Rudolta wasn't. But Merru was pretty sure it wouldn't be too resistant to a hit from him, so long as he aimed properly. Right before he could shoot, a voice called out to him from a little ways down the hall. Merru, wait! Don't shoot yet. Please, let me leave first. And the old control team department head hobbles toward him, looking worse for wear. Blood was splattered all over them and dripped down the side of their head. So adrenaline was probably the only thing keeping them standing.
And when Merru sees them, he blinks a few times, his gaze very almost blank and neutral. And his eyebrow twitches once or twice, and he just says, I was asked to suppress. Isn't this what you wanted from me? To finally listen?
Just hold off for a few minutes. The robot is recharging and... But at that moment, all around Helper whirs back to life after its brief recharge, and it looked like it had given up on Rudolta and preferred to turn its attention to the two remaining agents in the room. And then Rudolta was moving in his direction too, splattering blood on top of his co-worker's remains. And it was clear that Merru had a guaranteed shot right now. If he pulled the trigger, he could deal critical damage to all-around helper, and a respectable amount to Redulta too. But his department head was asking him to wait, so they wouldn't become collateral.
And Merru does actually say, fine. But the finger on the trigger twitches, not enough to fire the gun, because he really shouldn't kill his department head just to help suppress an abnormality. I mean, he could wait. All he had to do was dodge the incoming attack. But could he? He wasn't sure he could, actually. And if that abnormality got to him, then he was dead too, wasn't he? I mean, he was so dead. And Merru couldn't let himself die. He couldn't.
And suddenly, there's a strange sound from behind him, and the atmosphere begins to change. And for the first time, a blue portal forms behind him with the same symbols of Durfratian's shots. He crackles with energy and looks burning to the touch, and Merru clearly has no idea what's going on. But he doesn't have to decide what to do, as a hand suddenly grabs at the back of his collar and tugs. You watch as Merru instinctively steps backward, behind the portal. Right before it shoots out a large bullet, which soars through the air and pierces both abnormalities with a deafening boom. The department head had just been able to duck to the ground, avoiding the hit themselves. And as they shakily stood back up, now dizzy from the fast movement, Merru was still facing his initial problem as before, only granted a few extra seconds to make a decision.
Merru quickly glances behind himself to see who had helped him out, but no one's there. And I think he finds that a bit strange, but there's no time to worry about that. So he raises his gun and grits his teeth when his injured department head is still too slow, because he knows he needs to shoot. He knows he does. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about the past. He had to push that away.
Shoot.
What?
And you hear a voice, Merru. Pull the trigger. Show your resolve and shoot them all. The bullet will always find its mark. And the hand from before reappears and lands on Merru's shoulder, keeping him grounded and steady. And like a phantom, Durfratian loomed over his shoulder as commands were whispered into his ear. And then you all watch as a small portal begins to glow from the end of the magic bullet rifle. You see Merru narrow his eyes, knowing he had to make a decision quickly. If he waited, then they'd all be dead, their minds broken by Redulta and their bodies torn to shreds by all-around helper. The department head is being targeted by all-around helper, their ego weapon having been knocked out of their hand. And in a moment of broken pride, they turn to Merru and beg for his help. Merru, please, help me. They reach out a hand, and Durfratian's own hand grips you tighter, Merru, as he says, Merru, fire the bullet. Prove to me that you can. Do you fire, Merru? Did you fire, Merru?
Yes. He did.
This memory begins to glitch and stutter as the trigger is pulled. And briefly, you can see the hole that was blasted through the department head body as they fall to the floor. Another portal was immediately created, and another bullet fires again, ignoring how the body in front of him flopped to the ground and gushed warm, dark blood all over the tiles. He then fired again, and again, and again. Until everything in the room was empty and lifeless. He knew the abnormality's eggs wouldn't stay that way forever. But for now, they were as good as dead. Them and his co-workers. Everyone was dead. The hand remained on his shoulder, even as smoke began to billow from his frame. It looked as if his ego was starting to overtake him. Corrosion, clearly. But he was just doing what he was told to do. None of this was his fault, and his department had only got what they deserved. And as the third trumpet continues to play, it's hard to tell what happened next, as your grasp on this memory grows hazy, still stuttering and glitching out. The only other manager who had been an agent during this infamous incident in the facility was you, Prior. But you all have likely heard the stories and rumors of what happened in each department. But now you have had an opportunity to see it from the eyes of one of the agents most involved in it. And then, as the memory continues to glitch out, you hear Manager Merru's voice again.
Freyschütz was supposed to help me, like he did there. I handled everything that came after that. I let myself be forced into the role of department head. I took Kit as my team captain, and I eventually trained myself to handle my gear so I wouldn't lose myself again. I did everything. I told people to get down or to stay behind me when I shoot. I tried to find the exact angles to fire so the bullet would hit its intended target in a way where the collateral wasn't necessary. I tried everything. I still hesitated a lot. Freyschütz never liked that, but I never liked him, so I thought we were pretty even. I thought I had found a way around it all. I had no one left in my life who I cared for. I wielded the gun as I should. I never again tried to ask for something new, and I did my job. I thought the alleged final bullet wouldn't go anywhere that mattered. Maybe I'd get lucky and it'd fire all the way at Zachary, since he was the only one left from my home who I at least knew was alive. Eventually, with everyone else, Vienna, Jackson, Birgh, I'd consider them all dead at this point. And even if someone was still out there, I was trying to act like none of that mattered to me anymore. My pack was dead. Birgh was just some kid who I watched over and never had enough food for a couple years, and Vienna, she was just related to me. I was able to keep that mindset up for a while, too. Not that it mattered. None of it worked, did it? I did all of that, but I should have known that it wouldn't have worked. I'm going to die. That's what he told me after we came back from the web. My contract. Everything I had done didn't matter, because the bullet was always meant to come back to me in the end. It's going to kill me, because I loved myself the most. Isn't that so stupid? I accepted the contract to save my life, but all I did was sign it away. And he wouldn't tell me when, but it sounds like it's happening soon. There's nothing I can do about it if I'm still me. And Vienna... No, everyone's always told me that I'm unable to be more than who I already am. I'm always going to be me. I'm going to die if I stay like this. Nothing I did mattered. All of those years fighting for myself out in the back streets, inside the facility, outside the facility, none of it mattered. I'm going to die. And before I do, he said I'll be taking everyone down with me. But I've always been like that, he said. Vienna, Theo, Misha, all those kids from the neighborhood. Even Zachary. I guess in a way you could say it's my fault, isn't it? I mean, and who's next? Birgh? Jackson? All of you? The facility? I can't just sit around anymore and wait to watch it all slowly crash and burn again. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
Merru's voice fades. Managers. as it comes to an end, this scene playing out before you all. You've caught up to present time, managers. All of you were not there for that incident, save for Prior. But you all know what happens next. The four of you become department head. The four of you constantly bicker, argue, and interfere with one another's work. And then the fifth trumpet sounds, and the facility almost collapses.
Okay.
Merru. That's what you were holding inside of your heart the whole time. I feel like an idiot for not seeing it. It's easy when it's all out there in the open. We have to save him.
Seems like we're gonna see him soon. At least I hope.
Can't be that
Well.
much more.
We'll
Yeah,
see him.
we will. And we'll tell him about all this. And make him apologize for worrying us all so much. Hey,
The shard.
yeah. Prior grips it and goes, mind if I do it this time?
It's all the same. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Prior chucks it at the ground with all of his strength.
Absolutely. Prior, when you do, the entire Fathoms ripples. There is no door that opens this time. Instead, the world around all of you shifts and changes, and you all find yourselves back. Back in that neighborhood from before. The one with the faceless forms walking about. The light reaches you here, managers, and you can all heal a point of sanity. And as you all return to the old neighborhood, I think you know where you need to go, managers. You know that there is the old watch house. You know that you have 6 shards in tow. You all can gain an additional point of sin from affinity. And managers, as you head towards the watch house with the shards you have collected, are there any final thoughts you all would like to share as we are drawing this session to a close?
Prior only hopes he's not too late.
I was itching to see their Merru alive and well, but I don't think he has anything else to say.
Much in Mix's mind, right? No? So much.
Absolutely.
She doesn't know what she's gonna say to him, but she'll find the words. She has to.
managers, you all head towards the watch house, I imagine. You all have your shards in tow. And I think here, with the 6 shards collected, is a perfect place to end this session. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here. Please give my lovely players here lots of love and support because they deserve it. Reminder everyone that APR is going on right now, so be sure to go support, to go donate to charity, and I hope you all are excited